studio, we are ready to roll. Yep, we're live.
Good morning. Welcome to this March 3rd, 2025 meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. Let's start with introductions back in that corner.
Oh, hi, I'm Letitia Fox, Innovation Team Director for City Charlotte. Hi, everybody. Sarah Hazel, Chief Sustainability Officer.
Robert Byers, Office of Sustainability. Heather Bullock, Office of Sustainability.
Aaron Tauber, Office of Sustainability.
Catherine Mahoney, Planning.
Kathy Cornett, planning staff.
Monica Holmes, Interim Planning Director.
Allison Craig, Assistant City Manager.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ed Driggs, Committee Chair.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, planning staff.
Jessica Bigelow, Planning. Lynn Alexander, Charlotte Transportation.
Dave Benton, Planning.
Ed McKinney, City Manager's Office.
Van Peterson, Planning.
And online,
Victoria Watlington, committee member.
good morning.
Marjorie Molina, Vice Chair.
There you are. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
And that's it. Okay. We have two topics today, and community area planning update and a strategic energy action plan update. I just want to mention before we talk about these are coming up for votes by us in the relatively near future. We have talked about them before, but it's a progressive update to get us to a place where we can vote in April or May. So having said that, we'll start off with community area planning, and I will hand off to Ms. Holmes.
Good morning. We are excited to be here to continue to walk through our community area plans and what they mean for the city and how we plan to continue to move them forward. So today you'll see several presentations. So today's part one. We'll be back in April for part two. And Kathy and Catherine today will talk through what each of those will look like. But just so you know, we're 2 years into the community area planning process. We're getting very close to where the drafts of all 14 area plans will be released. We really want to make sure it's clear how you will use the plans, how the community will use the plans, and how they serve to forward the 2040 plan. So that's what you'll hear about today. This is kind of part one, and part two will be the April presentation. As we get closer to release, we want you all to know kind of how that process will work. Our team is working very hard on both an online open house, so you'll be able to see all the information online as well as hard copies. We will be willing to sit down and walk you through each of those as we get closer to that date. But you'll see a lot more content here and information that will help you to understand what exactly will be in those drafts and again, how you will use them. So I'm going to turn it over to Kathy Cornett, who leads our long-range planning division, to kick us off.
Thank you, Monica. So as Monica mentioned, it's a two-part informational presentation, two pieces on how council and the community can use area plans. So today's part one focuses on how the plan's elements can guide rezoning decisions. And part two, at a future committee meeting, you should have the plans in hand because we know that you're anxiously awaiting that. And we'll provide examples of how they can help decision-making in other capital investments. So this slide gives you an idea of where we've been with council through this process and our plans for review and adoption moving forward. So we plan to be in front of you over the coming months a few times. So these plans are really essentially about creating complete communities. And complete communities, when we use that term, we mean a place that integrates all the essential elements you need to go about your daily, to meet your daily needs. So to live, work, and play within the environment that you live in. And as a reminder, we know you've seen this slide before, but this is the second major implementation item from the comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2021. So it's a 5-step process to create 14 area plans over 2 years. So in phase 1, setting the stage, we identified each geography's greatest needs in terms of access to housing, jobs, goods, and services. And that the result of that work is available on our website. We have a QR code there for your convenience in 14 individual community reports. Phase 2 then focused on creating great places, and that really was focusing on tweaks to the policy map that was adopted in 2022. Phase 3 focused on the projects and programs that are needed to help to complete our vision, and that really was focusing more on our partners and projects and programs that are planned. So the policy map, there's a QR code there for both the adopted policy map and the revised policy map, so folks can compare those two. For phase 3, the projects and programs, planned projects are available on a web tool that's on our website as well that folks find very helpful. But in that phase, we were also taking needed projects from the community, so what their desires were. So right now, we're really straddling phase 4 and 5. We're about to release the documents, the draft documents, and I want to stress that they are draft, but we want them to be as complete as they can be at the end of this month or later in the month, and then we'll formally enter the review and adoption process. So I think it's important to mention, too, that these plans were developed using a systematic process. So they were all developed the same way, and they all contain the same components and format. But each of those components is unique to that particular geography. So they apply the comprehensive plan goals at the community level, and each area has a community profile that outlines who lives, works, and plays in the area, what growth is expected by 2040, and what each community's greatest needs are to ensure this expected growth benefits everyone. So you can see a sample in the bottom right-hand corner of what that community profile looks like in the document. So they also establish a consistent set of considerations for all scenarios and decision-making. So today we're going to focus on, a little bit later in the presentation, on how they'll be used in the rezoning process. So this is a sample of a page focusing on needs and goals that you would find in the plan. So each plan identifies needs and goals that are unique to that particular area. And the needs and goals are drawn from both the Equitable Growth Framework, you can see that on the left, and the goals in the comprehensive plan. And more importantly, the extensive community engagement we did throughout the process. So that included over 50 workshops with 700 participants and over 5,000 interactions. And an example of how these conversations happen, for example, in phase 2, when we were focused on the policy maps, the workshops included focus area exercises where we talked directly about the goals and how they played out in specific areas of each community. So plans are implemented in a variety of different ways with many different partners, both public and private. And you can see that the different aspects, for example, one of them is the rezoning process. And I'm going to turn it over to Catherine, and she's going to focus on how the plans play out in implementation through the rezoning process.
Thank you. Good morning. We wanted to provide a few examples of how these common considerations within the plans help us consistently evaluate decisions, both from a staff and council and public perspective. So I want to walk through 2 examples. The first is going to be an example that would be consistent with the policy map, which, as a reminder, this map portrays the type of development we'd like to see over time. And as Kathy mentioned, it was developed after the comprehensive plan with guidance from that document and then revised during this current planning effort. And while this policy map provides more guidance than our old future land use map, there are still inherent limitations in just a single map. So these plans provide more guidance. And then the other example will be a scenario where the petition is inconsistent with the policy map. And so we'll demonstrate how the plans can help us there. So in the first scenario, we're looking at the area circled in teal, and this is an area that's recommended for the N1 place type, which is our low-density residential place. And it is, you can see a lot of the area is also recommended for that yellow place type, but it is within close proximity to an area recommended to be a neighborhood center, which is shown in the pink. And the petitioner is asking for a more intense N1 zoning district on that site. So the request for an N1 zoning district within an N1 place type is consistent. But we know that additional considerations often are needed. And so the plans provide those common considerations for when intensification may be appropriate. I'm not going to get into the details of what those considerations are, but they consistently address things such as adjacency, size, and access. So this is an illustration. It's not a promise of what will be built, but just a concept of how the area could evolve over time in a way that's in line with our vision. So you can see the corridor, which was recommended for the neighborhood center, gradually evolves into more mixed-use buildings. And there are elements like plazas and sidewalks and improved intersections that create a safer pedestrian environment. And then the area in question is redeveloped in a way that provides more housing choices for the area, but also provides a transition between the neighborhood center and the established neighborhood behind it. So in the next example, the area in question, again, is circled in teal, and it has the same recommendation for an N1 place type. In this scenario, the petitioner is asking for N2 entitlements, which N2 is not aligned or consistent with the N1 designation, and so it's inconsistent. In this scenario, staff will want to walk through several questions consistently across all types of petitions. The first thing you want to do is really consider what the community's greatest needs and goals are, which Kathy pointed out will be included within the plans. So in this area, you can see there are 5 icons, which means this geography has 5 of the 10 comprehensive plan goals as a priority. And you're not meant to be able to distinguish it, but the second and third icons represent goal 2 and 3 from the comprehensive plan, which says there needs to be an increase in housing choices in this area, either through the integration of missing middle units or the preservation of affordable units. So keeping the need for more housing choices is an important thing to evaluate in this scenario. Second, you'd want to consider if the N2 entitlements are compatible with what's recommended for both the immediate site and the surrounding area. So again, the plans include a list of considerations that, if met, would essentially qualify the request as compatible. Again, I don't want to dig into those exact details today, but they touch on things like size, adjacency, and access. Finally, with petitions, you want to consider what type of improvements are being included. We know that mobility choices, open space, and quality design are really important parts of a great place, and so we want to ensure that future development is contributing towards that. So again, here's an illustration or just a concept of how the area could change over time. You can see a range of building types that might be appropriate based on the size of the site, its adjacent, what's happening next to it, and then the mobility choices and open spaces integrated throughout. So these are just 2 examples of how those consistent considerations within the plans will help us ensure that we are always evaluating decisions in line with our vision for the future.
Thanks, Catherine. Oops, sorry.
Sorry.
So there are a variety of different types of plans. This is just one, and those all nest underneath the comprehensive plan. So we know that our community continues to grow and change, and there's always going to be unforeseen circumstances that happen. But having a plan helps us to react to those in a better way. We know where we want to go, and then it helps us adjust when those unforeseen things happen. And I want to point out to you that the number 4, specific plans, so community area plans provide a certain level of specificity, but there's a variety of other tools in our toolbox that we expect that we will use. And as far as specific plans go, again, those are for very specific situations or different needs that arise. So an example of that would be station area plans, corridor plans. We fully expect that we will continue to do that kind of work as well. And finally, we look forward to releasing the documents later this month and returning to this committee in the coming months for part 2 of this presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Mayor Pro Tem Anderson to the meeting and invite questions. How do I talk at once? You just, there was nothing left to ask. So, except I have a couple. When you talk about, in your examples, you say the policy map calls for an N1 place type. So there's no A, B, C, D, E, or F there. It just
For
says
place type.
N1, right?
Correct.
So you have an N1A right now, and you want to go to an N1C or whatever. That would be considered consistent because it's still N1, but it does still call for a rezoning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the specific plans. I mean, are these like overlays in the old days, or?
I don't expect that we would use an overlay because that's kind of more of a zoning tool, but they're like transit station area plans, we've done those in the past. Corridor plans, corridor of opportunity is an example of that. Strategic plans, the strategic mobility plan is an example of that. So there's a variety of different types of plans that we would do. I don't know that we would use the zoning overlay tool as part of those.
Right, right. Because as we've discussed, my concern is just, I'm a developer, I'm thinking about doing something at a certain location, and will I be able to predict with reasonable certainty what my path through the staff and the city council will look like?
Yes.
And not be sort of puzzling, okay, what does that mean? I want to put this building up, can I do that or not? So that's the main thing. We really need to emphasize a kind of user-friendly zoning process. And that's actually for the most part, where the rubber meets the road, right? I mean, we have these plans, but their effect is felt when somebody needs to come to us because they want to do something that isn't already allowed at a given location. So I'm looking with interest at that. We've talked about it, and we're on a good track, I think. We're defining what we want to be. The only other concern is that we can't plan against the market. So when we do this planning, there may be things that the market wants to do that we ideally wouldn't support, but there's a limit to the extent to which you can push against the market. And if you try too hard, you make yourself uncompetitive, you create all kinds of difficulty for investors, and that interferes with our workforce development, economic development, and other processes. So I assume we're going to achieve that alignment. We'll know when we've seen the details, but that was good. Good update. Again, reminder to everybody, you're now talking about having the actual language of this up on a website or available for inspection by us. About
Yes.
when?
The end of the month.
All right, so late
About
March.
3 weeks, yeah.
We have another presentation coming
Yes.
up.
Yes.
And then the goal is to try to get a council decision in May.
Yes.
All right, so again, I just emphasize to my colleagues, and I'm going to talk about this a little tonight, so I hope one of you at least will be there, because I want to just keep impressing on people.
Okay.
I do not want to hear people come back and say, hey, no one told me. Good. Still nothing? All right, then we can move on to item 2. And and that is the Strategic Energy Action Plan update. And I think for that one, I will hand off to Ms. Hayes. Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. I think we're great as we're loading. So thank you very much, Chair and Committee. This is the second part of 3 committee presentations. As a reminder, this work touches many parts of Council's priorities. If you go to the next slide, I have the capability to do that myself. This work touches many of Council's priorities, but in particular, it also relates and falls under the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, so just a reminder of that. What we want to do today is reiterate the proposed goals, but not spend time on that. That was really the main focus of the last meeting. We want to spend a little bit more time talking about the range of actions and strategies and highlight a few key areas, as well as reiterate our focus areas, which align back to our greenhouse gas emissions inventory that we discussed last time we met. And then finally, we're going to talk a little bit about the connection between the full range of benefits, both environmental benefits, social benefits, equity benefits, and then I'll do a quick note on the financial considerations. We ended the conversation last month talking a little bit about that, so we're going to pause on that for a moment. So again, this is our previous council communication, and our goal is a proposed CEAP Plus adoption by the end of April. We will be able to publish a draft CEAP Plus document by the end of March. It looks like at the same timeline that our colleagues are on. And we will be back next month, and our request at that time will be to vote this out of committee to full council. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Dr. Robin Byers. I'm also joined today by Heather Bullock, who is our strategic infrastructure manager here in sustainability. And so they're going to walk through the rest of the presentation, and I'll come back to talk again about the timeline at the end.
Thank you. So again, just wanted to kind of level set and remind everybody about the goals that we talked about last month. We still have a community-wide goal. We are adding a milestone in there in 2035, so we have something to measure against. We did add a renewable energy generation goal for the city of Charlotte, community-wide. And then we have our municipal goals. In our existing CEAP, 2018 CEAP, it was one kind of goal that covered both buildings and fleet, and now we're splitting them. And so with that, I want to go over our engagement objectives and approach to talk about how this has built all of our strategies and actions as we move forward. So here's just a list of our engagement objectives. We set this out before we started to make sure that we were being true in our engagement and actually engaging as opposed to just informing. And with that, on this slide, we've highlighted the numbers of meetings that we've been to. But we also wanted to measure impact. And so we know that we've had over 60 conversations through our public engagement meetings. We've had 40 plus connections through different opportunities like Toberfest. We've had some online meetings, and then we also have a CEAP awareness survey. On the list there, you'll see we had 353 people click the survey link and participate. But we had over 400 actual open-ended comments that we got to sift through and add in. And this really helped us build in and be very clear and purposeful about using our engagement and what that looks like for the plan itself. So what does that look like? Here you'll see the top priorities were sustainable modes of transportation, efficient technologies, energy efficient technologies that are new programs and initiatives, and ensuring climate resiliency. On the chart on the right that you're looking at, this is a graph that shows the level of concern of those that responded to the survey, as well as the perceived frequency of our climate risks. And you can see the top two were extreme heat and severe storms. I also wanted to add that we got a lot of different feedback, again, in those open-ended comments, and that really helped us look at our focus areas, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. So with that, we're going to focus then on how that engagement has shaped the structure of the plan moving forward. You may remember this. This is our 5 stages to zero carbon energy. This graphic is in the 2018 CAP that is currently adopted. Again, just a reminder that those 5 stages are shifting the energy demand itself, reducing the consumption of energy, changing the source of energy, essentially, generating energy on site, and then purchasing the remainder offsets. This helps us reach that net zero goal. And so with the feedback that we've gotten from engagement, as well as internal reflection and internal meetings, we really wanted to think about our focus areas and make sure that they were very intentional and aligned with a lot of the new plans that have been adopted by council since 2018. One of the things I want to highlight is that workforce development, we found it really needed to be tied to the strategies and actions throughout the plan as opposed to being its own focus area. And so what we've done is we've taken the workforce development focus area and we've embedded it into buildings, energy generation, transportation. And then we have this new area called cross-cutting that'll have a lot of other connections with plans and initiatives throughout the city that also will include some workforce development as well. One other thing I want to highlight, while we talk about climate justice and equity in the 2014 CAP, emissions reductions, resiliency, and workforce development, we wanted to be more deliberate about the full range of benefits that the actions and strategies in our plan have and make it very clear for folks that are reading the plan. So what you'll see throughout our strategies and actions is we evaluate these 4 co-benefits, and they'll either be high, medium, or low. And what I want to talk about here is that they can't all be high for every co-benefit, and that's good. That gives us diversity, and that allows us to fill gaps. And so what you'll see is that actions that have a high level, let's say high level emissions reduction potential, that is really there to drive progress to reduce emissions. And you may have medium or low for any of the others. That helps fill in the gaps and help create basically a grid that covers all 4 of these. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Heather to talk about specifics.
Yeah, so these are the strategies and actions we really want to get your feedback on today. So in each of the focus areas, buildings, energy generation, transportation, and cross-cutting, we have strategies and specific actions underneath those strategies. And so for buildings, you can see here, we have 3 strategies. The first, to source 100% of electricity in municipal buildings from zero carbon sources by 2030 and reach net zero emissions by 2050, aligned with our goal. Strategy 2, to transition residential buildings to zero carbon. And then strategy 3, to transition non-residential commercial and industrial buildings to net zero carbon by 2050. So to kind of take a few of these actions and expand on them a little bit, we highlight a few of these here, which include both actions outlined in the original CAP as well as our revised actions. And so here you can see an existing action that we have is to continue to demonstrate leadership by seeking opportunities to innovate towards net zero buildings. So we continue to lead the way with beneficial electrification in our own buildings, and while demonstrating to the commercial sector what can really be accomplished. We also have new actions which include to expand weatherization and efficiency programs for residential buildings. So I know that you probably all know about the Duke High Energy Use Pilot Program that we are working on with Housing and Neighborhood Services. And we really want to expand that program to reach more residents because it's so successful, we want to do more. And then finally, another new one is to expand and incentivize the voluntary Power Down the Crown benchmarking program. And we have some exciting and innovative ways to do this. We can't quite talk about it yet, but we are excited to really highlight those companies that have come along with us and to really incent more participation there. So our next focus area is energy generation, and the strategies here include reaching net zero emissions from electricity generation by 2050, and then striving towards 600 megawatts of distributed renewable energy generation in Charlotte. And then strategy 6, develop a suite of educational tools. So to talk a little bit more about that, one of the actions is to continue working with Duke Energy, the North Carolina Utilities Commission, and other regional partners to support and advocate for a timely transition to net zero carbon electricity generation. The way that we did through the Green Source Advantage program, in which the city supports the development of an 80 megawatt solar farm in South Davidson County. And we will continue to do projects like this in the future. Some of the new actions include to provide and support training and events on alternative technologies. So you can see in this picture here, we are training actually our city staff on Firehouse 43, which is net zero carbon ready, as well as battery electric buses. We also present to the Civic Leadership Academy, informing them of all of the CIAP initiatives, but we want to go further. We want to really talk to more community members about these sustainable energy generation. And then incentivizing residential and commercial solar. So we heard you about incentivizing. And so right now you probably have heard about our Solarize Charmette campaign, which will launch later this spring. And we're excited about that to really promote rooftop solar on our residential and commercial buildings. Then on to the focus area of transportation. We have 3 strategies underneath that, which include reaching net zero emissions in municipal light duty fleet by 2035, and then the entire fleet by 2050, to support reaching a 50-50 mode share goal by 2040 per the Strategic Mobility Plan, and then to also, strategy 9, facilitate rapid uptake of zero carbon mobility options. And so a few of the actions that we highlight here include supporting our existing action, which is to support the development of a clean fueling plan for Charlotte, including different ways of fueling. So we have approximately 330 city-owned charging ports across the city with both fleet and public access. And we want to continue to support that investment in all clean fuels, which also spurs interest in Charlotte. You know, for example, Alpatronic, which is a charging company, decided to locate their headquarters here in Charlotte. And we hope to support that kind of interest. And then on our new actions, to support driving collaborative implementation of the SMP and the intersection of sustainability, mobility, and other critical areas like affordable housing. So really working together on all of our great strategic plans across the city. And so then we have 9.6 to expand efforts to provide car, scooter, and bike share options community-wide. So again, building on the success of the Corridors of Opportunities program with the e-bike pilot, with Dream Key Partners and others. Sorry.
So our last area that we have, again, is that cross-cutting, that new focus area. And so these have some tangible and some not so tangible items in there to help support this work. The first one we have is to continue to develop a smart data approach. This makes sure that we're matching our metrics with our new updated plan. Strategy 11 is to promote waste reduction and diversion throughout Charlotte. This is something we heard from the public as well as our internal engagement that was missing from the 2018 CIAP. Strategy 12 is to establish public-private plus partnerships. It takes a lot to say, really fast. Strategy 13 is to coordinate and support the Tree Canopy Action Plan. This is, again, making connections across with other departments. Strategy 14 is to promote climate resilience throughout Charlotte. And because we just heard from them, I want to highlight here that 14.1 is using the same language that our community area plans are going to be using. And so both draft, but they will match so that we create a stronger connection there. And strategy 15 is to support efforts to optimize water usage. And with that, I'm going to turn it, sorry, missed this one. So all of these are technically new strategies in this plan. However, we've been working on a lot of these in the meantime. And so the first new one we have is 10.2. That's going to be to continue to build out our CAP dashboard, again, to make sure it's updated with this plan. 14.3 is to develop promotional and awareness campaigns around eco-benefits of planted areas. And so this pulls in the pollinator gardens that our landscape management team have been working on, as well as tree plantings, urban meadows, which can reduce urban heat. We also have 11.2 to reduce waste generation and increase waste diversion from landfills. Here we have a really good partner with the Innovation Barn, and the work that they're doing is really helping to drive this forward. And then the last one we wanted to highlight is 11.3, which is to implement new technologies as appropriate to aid with education and waste diversion. So these are things like having a camera on a refuse truck that can see if there's something in there that shouldn't be in there. Now I will turn it back to Sarah.
I'll bring it home. So just to reiterate before I hit the last piece here is, again, the focus areas are building off of the success of the initial CAP. They're adding in components that have become more prevalent based on our greenhouse gas emissions inventory. For example, you saw a couple things around waste. With our new updated data, we did see that waste is an area where we have greenhouse gas emissions reduction potential. And we are really listening to our colleagues who have been moving forward strategies with council as well as the community. But at the end of the last meeting, we talked a little bit about financial considerations, and so I think this is an important thing to pause on for a second. We do have policies in place that drive these targets in a way that acknowledges that they need to be cost effective. And specifically, we know that many of our investments have a higher upfront cost, but that over time will likely save money. And so I'll give you a couple examples of that in the next slide. So really what we're talking about here is the total cost of ownership over the lifetime of our assets. That's not always the case. And so what we will strive to do, as we've done in the past, is where these elements have absolute costs, where there's not a neutral or cost savings, we strive to be very clear about the additional co-benefits. In particular, the GSA program is a good example. So when we brought that forward, the Green Source Advantage program, understanding that there was a cost, annual cost to that program once the solar farm comes online, we were striving to ensure that it was very clear what that would do to meet the overall objectives of the CAP, and where we can even quantify some of the emissions reductions benefits when it comes to the environment and health. So that's not always so easy to do, but we seek to do that so we can be really upfront and clear about the total cost of ownership and the total cost to our community. And then when we're looking at some of our community actions, we also want to be very clear that this is not simply the city as a municipality to do. This is really about our entire community. So there's a role for the private sector. There's a role for other government agencies to have an opportunity to invest and weigh in this shared goal that we have. We do have influence. We have influence when it comes to incentives. We have influence when it comes to the UDO. For example, our charging requirement for EV charging is just one example of many. And so we will continue to look at all those tools, understanding that we need to ensure that we're being both very clear about the way we communicate those things, and also that we are allowing for the right exemptions where it makes sense. So just a couple examples of the fiscal impact of some of our energy saving measures. So here's two of our buildings that City Council has invested in. And so you can see where we look at our year one metrics that we're realizing savings based on electricity usage. We're realizing savings when it comes to carbon. And then when you play that out over the course of 10 years, you get to the place where you're seeing that these assets pay for themselves. That doesn't mean those aren't still decisions to make up front, but it does give, I think, the community an understanding of the long-term benefit that can also yield savings when it comes to taxpayer dollars. So with that, I'll just reiterate, we have our final public meeting coming up this Thursday, 5:30 to 8 at the Belmont Center. So we're going to be able to share these strategies and actions, get some additional feedback. We've gotten great feedback from our technical advisory committee as well as other folks. And so all of this leads us to the end of April adoption date that we're seeking. And we look forward to answering any questions.
Okay, a chorus from the committee. Any questions? They're on tranquilizers this morning. So I have a few.
Okay.
For one, I mean, this is great work. I think it's important because not only does it create the prospect of a better and cleaner future for us, but I think it really identifies us as a place where things are happening. I mean, in the pantheon of cities, Charlotte is out there with its UDO, with its CAP, and I think it burnishes our reputation. And that's not minor. I mean, people think about where to go, and there are some places that look tired, frankly, as municipalities. And I think we are the opposite. So really appreciate what you're doing. Friendly suggestion. There's too much information on these slides. Hard to read them, impossible to take them in the time frame of the presentation. So I would recommend a more consolidated slide format supported by documents that people can read at their own speed. And what you don't want to do is have the big picture obscured by the trees, so to speak, right? The forest. I think what a lot of people will want to know is, in particular, what is the actual impact of this? Like, what's going to be different? What requirements will there be? How will what will they have to do differently because of it? People are going to be concerned about the cost of helping to achieve these goals. So what requirements? I mean, incentives are one thing, requirements are another. So if we use our ordinance, then that can imply costs, and we hear that government represents 30% of the cost of development one way or another. So I just want to look at it, as I suggested before, through the lens of the user, of our partners, our proposed partners, and kind of translate it into their mindset. They don't need to know as much or won't want to know as much about our outreach and these things. They're going to be, hey, I don't have much time. What does this mean? What about me? Talk to a CEO and you're going to get 5 minutes, right? And those are the people that will support our efforts. 600 megawatts, what percent of the total is that? I mentioned we are trying to achieve 600 megawatts of alternative energy. Do we know what that would represent in the total energy generation?
I think about 6%.
If not, follow up.
Yeah,
that's
well,
fine.
we can follow up with you on that.
Okay, it's kind of hard to interpret because we don't know what kind of gigawatts or whatever we're using in the community.
Yep.
So how big is that? In general, the coordination with business, we talked about this a little bit in preparation for the meeting, but I really think having a high-profile partnership with businesses, and they should be interested in doing that because it also burnishes their reputation to be seen as being sensitive on these things, and particularly if we approach them in a spirit of cooperation and don't appear to be threatening them with requirements that are very expensive, but there are things people can do, choices they can make that don't necessarily involve a lot of money and do make a difference here. And I think that's the kind of thing that we want to emphasize. Benchmarks, do we have a timeline of the progress we expect to make towards these long-term future goals? It's very easy to put stuff out there like 50 by 50, and then, I'm gone from here and possibly from, by the time 50 rolls around. So, let's make ourselves accountable. What I think is good here, too, is the CIAP, we don't have an environment committee anymore, and one of the reasons is CIAP pervades everything we do, and I think that's reflected in here. So it goes into development, the UDO, it goes into transportation. That's a good thing to note. That's not really a question or a suggestion, but I appreciate that. I guess I'll put it that way. And you mentioned charging. To me, that's interesting because if you remember, during the whole conversation about the 2040 plan and the UDO, the issue of charging stations came up, and a lot of developers said, if I put all those charging stations in, and there aren't the electric cars that need them, that's a big cost. And so we engaged with them and agreed to put in the necessary infrastructure, but not fully implement the charging stations. And then with the idea that they would be implemented as the demand became apparent. So that's a real-world example, I think, of how you try to reconcile what we're doing with the practical, like what is the extent of adoption of electric vehicles? How many of them are there, actually? And let's not get too far out in front. Reminds me of my good friend and former colleague, Braxton Winston, who was trying to eliminate drive-throughs while there were still a lot of cars out there wanting to use them. This stuff has to be brought forward kind of in tandem. Talked about waste. We have a partnership with the county on managing recycling and waste. So I think it would be good to have a conversation with the county about, how we envision that or how we want to move ahead. I mean, we pay tipping fees and the recycling is done on a contract. I mean, you guys know all this better than I do. And I guess my last comment is more financial detail. So I appreciate that you acknowledge the issue, electricity bills. Well, versus what? How much more did we put out up front in order to realize those savings later on so that you can get, and I don't expect this thing to fully cash flow. There's a social benefit here, but you can kind of quantify the investment you're making and put it up against the benefits you're realizing if you have more detail on what it costs, for example, to LEED certify a building versus not. Anyway, those are a couple of observations of mine. Once again, as I mentioned earlier, if you look at the timetable here, March 25, finalizing the draft, public review, April 25th, the goal is to have this come to this committee for approval and for a referral to the full council. So don't come to that meeting and say, no one told me. We need to be ready to, but the thing that concerns me when I look at this is it says public review of the draft, so we don't have it, right? And we're going to go into the meeting at which this committee is being asked to approve it without having had a meeting at which we were able to talk about it.
Okay.
And I think we have a little bit of flexibility on the schedule, so we'll find out. I'm not going to invent a controversy that isn't there, but I just want to be sure that all of my colleagues have a chance to see it. And I mean, if we make this referral in April, then your goal would be to have it come up to full council in May, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, as early as the very end of April, that last meeting.
Okay, I just asked you to consider when do we get to see it? How much time do we have to talk about it? But having us meet, having seen it in the interim.
Yes.
And then be expected to vote in the same meeting, that may be aggressive. I think we should be able to have a meeting at which we have seen the draft and to talk about it, and then another meeting at which we vote. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I assure you I will not show up at a meeting and say, I haven't seen it, because we're seeing it today. And thank you for the presentation at this stage, staff. Just a couple of things. One is, I think the chair was right about, you have a lot of really good information here, but it's also, some of it's very, very dense. And it's kind of difficult to keep track of on the slides. And so if you could just simplify, I think that would certainly help. It would help me, and I'm sure would help others to really get at, like, what are the major takeaways of some of these metrics and information that you have on some of these dense slides. I think what I hear a lot in my community is people are very interested in recycling, and I know that's something small relative to the scale of what you're trying to do here. But get a lot of questions around recycling, the recycling program. I've been to neighborhood meetings where folks have asked questions about that. And I've also heard that it's not working. So I think if we could point out, or if you could point out, aspects of this that, the resident can do. What is the resident, how can the resident have an impact on our CAP goals? How can they directly affect the outcomes of some of the things that we're doing? So in some ways they can, and in many they can't. But the what's in it for me and how can I help? How can I be a part of the solution? I think that would be great if you could outline that in the presentation here in your communication approach to the community. And that's all I had. Thank you.
So the Mayor Pro Tem said that there was one thing she agreed with. From what I said, I hope there was more than one. But yes, similar thrust, right? It's kind of user perspective and clearer bones. If you have all the detail that's in here in supporting documents, then for one, anybody can look and see the thoroughness of the work and be impressed by the thoroughness of the work. They're not going to walk with you through each of these bullets. And so if you look at it from a marketing standpoint, what are the key takeaways? What are we really telling people we are doing, what they can expect, and what it might mean for them in terms of behaviors. I mean, on recycling, I brought up that waste thing because recycling and waste removal are a real topic, right? A lot of recycling stuff ends up on the landfill. And so, do you need a more targeted program where we're identifying the actually marketable, recyclable, like aluminum, paper, or whatever items, and should we zero in instead of, I have at home a whole page of things that you can recycle, and we're throwing stuff into the recycle bin all the time. And I actually went to the recycling facility, and interesting if you haven't seen it, but this stuff goes by on a conveyor belt, and people are snatching the items that they've been told we want to recover because they actually have a resale value and they can be reused. So I think we have more work to do in that area. And again, I would anticipate cooperating with the county because of our partnership with them. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have anybody else? Sir?
Another question on the 2 agenda item, although I really appreciate the presentations on the community area plan and the strategic plan. But we had some exciting news last week about the mobility bill.
Yes, I was going to talk about that.
Okay, I just didn't want to overlook that. That's probably one of the most important things we're going to do this year.
Exactly. So since our last meeting, and in fact on Monday, I believe it was last week, a bill was filed in the General Assembly related to our mobility plan. And it is specifically the legislation that would authorize a sales tax referendum so that we could go to the public, possibly later this year, and see whether the public is prepared to pay a 1-cent sales tax in order to help us achieve the very ambitious goals of our mobility plan. This is a breakthrough. It's a big deal because we weren't sure whether we would get the sponsorship and how that would go. As you may know, we submitted a draft. The MTC members almost unanimously, with the exception of one town, agreed on a draft in order to show the General Assembly this is what we want to do. And it was almost unanimous among all the members of the MTC except the one. There were only, I think, 3 dissident votes on this, an extraordinary display of unanimity. And I think Charlotte deserves credit for having made that possible by buying the Red Line corridor and removing that obstacle that had prevented progress for some time. So as it stands right now, the bill that we submitted has been split. We had created a draft document that had in it basically the sales tax and then the creation of an authority and a governance structure for the authority. And I think that on processing that in the General Assembly, they decided that the sales tax should be a local bill, which pertains just to us, and that the authority should be in a public bill, statewide. So those are being handled that way. The bill that has been filed is the sales tax bill, and it has 3 very strong sponsors in the Senate, which is also noteworthy. So Vicki Sawyer, who chairs the Transportation Committee there, Bill Rehbund, who chairs the Rules Committee, and as you may know, the Rules Committee is the place where legislation goes to die if it doesn't have support. It's a very powerful position, and Bill is a great guy, veteran. And then Dave Craven, who is an up-and-comer in the Senate. So they sponsored the bill, which sent a message, I think, to everybody that, among other things, you can assume it has the support of the President Pro Tem, and I've spoken, in fact, to Senator Berger a couple of times. He has said publicly, Mecklenburg County is a key driver of growth in North Carolina, and investment is essential in order to maintain that, which I explained to him several times. So, he took that on board. And Speaker Hall has also indicated an understanding of the need. However, the House is a somewhat less certain prospect because they have a lot of new members, the Speaker is new, and so we need to proceed kind of a step at a time. But the fact that this step has happened as opposed to no action is a big deal. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for reminding me, but that's something I think we want everybody to be aware of.
Yeah,
Anything else?
Yeah, I think it's really important that, and I'm very excited too, for sure. That was a big step forward, and every opportunity we get to educate and inform the public about this mobility bill, I think is really important. Having served up there for 10 years, the devil is always in the details, and the bill currently rests in the Rules Committee, which generally doesn't become active until the end of the session,
Right.
Which is problematic in terms of a timing perspective, and it's also tied to the state budget, which by law is supposed to be completed by June. Never happens that way. I think the last long session, it wasn't approved until October. Mm-hmm. And so there's some hurdles that we have to clear in terms of legislative process. But certainly having the bill finally introduced in the Rules Committee, it's not a bad place to be, although it's a slow process there.
Yeah.
The main sponsor of the bill is the chairman of the Rules Committee, so it'll certainly definitely come out, but it's going to come out pretty late in the session. And having 2 bills, one local bill, the other the authority, a public bill, is interesting too. And then lastly, I think we need to make sure that everyone reads the bill. I have, because the devils are in the detail. And not only was the bill filed, but what was not in the bill. And they're quoting Berger that the bill itself may change, which we should all be, making sure that the change is a change that is acceptable for the initial and consistent with the initial draft. So really, really excited that we got a step forward. I supported 110%, but knowing we still have work to do, and part of that work, Mr. Chairman, is, again, educating the public along the way, who ultimately will have to find a word on this.
And very good points. The changes that could occur are interesting to me because there's the issue of whether what is in the bill now gets modified or whether in the course of kind of gaining the necessary support, other things kind of interest to other members might get rolled into it. So we'll be watching that. And your point about the effectiveness, so the bill that has been filed doesn't actually become effective even if it passes until a budget is adopted. And that's particularly important, to get back to your other point, public information. So we're going to be a situation where this bill has been filed, not clear exactly when it could pass, and then you've still got a delay until the budget adoption when it becomes fully effective. Meanwhile, we need to be engaged in public information starting, soon now, and let everybody know what kind of benefits will come from the mobility plan. And I've been emphasizing in my conversations with legislators our readiness to move forward. We have our complete streets, we have the full Charlotte roads plan. We executed on the Blue Line, both phases, on budget and on time. So I'm just trying to assure people that if we are able to obtain this go-ahead from the public, that the money will be used productively and that you'll start to see improvements soon, because that's the case we're going to have to make to the voters. And if the voters don't want to pay the tax, then none of this happens. So we'll probably have to repeat some of that tonight, but I think in this committee we should be aware of that. There's no action that's needed by us right now. But if you ever have a conversation with anybody that's involved in this, just explain why it's important. And I've been carefully taking the position that we are hopeful, not getting ahead of the legislators on this and not celebrating too much too soon. But compared to not having this action happen, this is a big deal. So,
I agree, a lot of hurdles.
all right. That's our agenda. And if nobody else on the committee has anything further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. I'll second that, and we're all done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
studio. We're ready to roll.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Monday, March 3rd, 2025 meeting of the Jobs and Economic Development Council Committee meeting. My name is Malcolm Graham. I serve as committee chairman, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you here to our meeting today. Let's get started by acknowledging everyone in the room. So let's start by the far left and just introduce yourself, and then we'll get started.
Yep, thank you. Hi, Lakeisha Fox, Innovation Team Director.
Jonathan Gardner, Guardhouse.
Hi, good morning. Kendra Brito, Office of Workforce Development within the City Manager's Office, as well as Central Piedmont Community College hybrid role with tuition prepayment.
Jordan Duke, Office of Workforce Development.
Alexis Gordon, Economic Development.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Robert Allen, Engaged Citizen with Pond.
Dan Peterson, Planning Department. Holly Eskridge, Economic Development.
Matthew Ford, Economic Development.
Anna Schwartz, City Attorney's Office.
Sherry Jones, the Office of Workforce Development. Kathy Willis, Office of Workforce Development.
Leticia Salles, the Office of Workforce Development.
Reagan Hall, Office of Workforce Development.
Fontella McKyer, Shermco.
Greg Schoenbeck, Shermco.
Danielle Frazier, Office of Workforce Development.
Allison Craig, Assistant City Manager.
Okay, Malcolm Graham, chairman.
Charles Bakari, committee member.
Yolanda Jones, planning staff.
Venetia Jones, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
And those who are visiting with us virtually.
Marjorie Molina, committee member. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
I want to thank everyone for being here today. We have only one agenda item today, but a very important one is our workforce development update. I will turn it over to our Assistant City Manager to kind of, for opening remarks, and then we'll get right into our report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so we have one mighty but important agenda item today. Danielle Fraser with the City Manager's Office will be giving us an update on workforce development. She was here last month and agreed to come back this month and respond to some of the feedback she heard, give a little bit more details on the workforce development plan. And we're hoping to get some good discussion today and ultimately vote this out of committee. So I'm looking forward to hearing from Danielle and the team, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Chair Graham, and to the committee. Glad to be here once again to talk about workforce development. And I also have, again, with us the Shermco team to help tag team a portion of the presentation. So today's agenda, while I am excited to be the only agenda item today, and I love the support, thank you all for being here. I
Brought your crew with you.
Right, we got to roll deep. I appreciate it and hope to give you a little bit of time back of your day, but not until we have some great discussion and feel comfortable and confident with the plan that we have put before you and the progress that's been made. Before I jump into it, happy birthday, Councilmember Tariq Bakari. I know. You can go to the next slide. So just a moment to level set here in showing the connection of the workforce development plan to your council priority. Of course, that is connected to workforce and business development. Our purpose here today, Allison has teed us up well for that, to review the final draft of our workforce development plan, and in hopes that you will consider making a recommendation to full council for plan adoption, acceptance, etc. Some of the key takeaways today that we want to review, to remind you that this plan was developed with a lot of input from council members, from workforce development partners, as well as experts across our community, but not just locally, but nationally and internationally. If we do this well, we hope that this plan supports increasing economic and upward mobility for Charlotte residents, while also supporting increased access to skilled talent for our Charlotte area employers. Next slide, please. We have had some previous engagement with you all. We came to you, I believe, back in October 2024 when we introduce the high-level key areas of this workforce plan. You will recall back in January, at the end of January for the annual strategy meeting, we had some workforce experts from across the country come and speak with you all, have some great dialogue, which also helped to inspire parts of this plan. And then on last month, we were here sharing the draft review of the full plan. Future council actions, here we are today, as well as I know there will be a council update to full council on the committee discussion today. Chair Graham, I may be tag teaming that with you this evening, and in hopes of this plan will go before full council for action on March 24th. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides, I'm going to hand it over to Shermco for them to share more.
Great, thanks, Dandy. Good afternoon, pleasure to be here with everyone. Just a few quick updates from our end. As you can see, we were here exactly 1 month ago presenting updates and collecting feedback, and we'll talk about some of that insight we gathered from this council and committee as well. And then since then, over the past 4 weeks, have been having, at a minimum, weekly updates and checkpoints with this workforce team and the entire department to make sure we are appropriately incorporating feedback from council as well as other key aspects of their work. But just a few key things we heard last month that I want to make sure and remind you were still top of mind for us as we are working through everything. A few points to call out. This plan really focuses on industries in demand to make sure we're not only just training individuals, but they have real jobs ready to be placed and working soon thereafter. We know a lot of great work's already happening in the corridors and don't want also continues to be a lot of overlap between what's happening in the corridors and connection to this plan. So wanted to call that out. And then same thing with CMS partnership and apprenticeships. This plan certainly takes into account all the great work the office has done regarding the education to employment program and see some strong overlaps and future growth possibilities with that particular initiative aligned to this plan as well.
Thank you, Greg. And so, again, I know I've thanked you all a number of times, but council, thank you so much for your engagement and your support and your feedback along this journey. It has really been instrumental in shaping this plan. And I also hope that you'll see evidence of that as we start to move forward and put some action to strategies once this plan is approved. But before we jumped right into the plan, just wanted to share some things that we feel have been significant since my joining Team Charlotte. In the midst of our workforce development planning, which of course you know has started almost a year ago with Shermco, we have done a number of things. So we deployed over $4.5 million into the community of ARPA workforce development funding that you all approved some time ago. We established the Office of Workforce Development. I have shared with you what our office oversees and is responsible for, which is supporting our 8,500 city employees as well as our external resident talent in our community. Greg just mentioned launched our Education to Employment program, which is our partnership with CMS to help employ newly graduating high school students into entry-level roles within the city. We co-created the first Workforce Development Summit in partnership with the CELC Workforce Development Work Group, Charlotte Works, the county, and Central Piedmont. This was a summit that happened last May that brought together the workforce development ecosystem, so industry partners, government, workforce development partners, education and training programs to discuss the workforce challenges and issues that we have in our community and to discuss solutions and how we can address those. And so this event, and Councilwoman Molina, I know she's on the line, she came and shared a few words at this event and attended some of it, and it was a huge success, and this will now be an annual thing, and it will happen again in September. So I'll share more information with you as details unfold. Lastly, you all know we launched our opportunity hubs through the corridors to support workforce development and small business efforts. And we hope to support more resources in our opportunity hubs as, again, this plan unfolds. Next slide. So today is the final review of our workforce development plan. And as a reminder, our vision and our mission, our vision is to cultivate a vibrant, diverse, and skilled workforce system that enables residents to obtain sustainable employment and businesses to access skilled talent. Our mission to champion innovative, evidence-based workforce initiatives and solutions that meet the dynamic needs of our talent and our business and our employees. So I'm going to walk you through again the key focus areas and strategies, and there's more that we've added to this But before we do, I feel like when we left here last month, I was encouraged and felt that council committee was really aligned around the key focus areas, the goals, and the strategies. And so I'm going to walk us through these again, but we're also going to add, we've added some action steps as we leave here, or as this plan is, again, fingers crossed, approved, what we feel we can accomplish within the next 3 to 6 months to get this plan off the ground. And so you'll see our key focus areas. Once again, we have career pathway access and awareness, we have skill development and credential attainment, and job placement and career advancement. And you will see that it's undergirded by it being data-driven and employer-informed. And what that means is every single one of these pillars, if you will, or focus areas, will be driven by what the data says around the industries, what the data says around our talent, so that as we are looking at implementation, we're honing in on those specific areas that we feel we can make the biggest impact with our resources. And then also employer-informed mean it's validated by our local businesses and our employers of what they're saying that they are in need of. So there's a lot of business engagement, insight, and collaboration sprinkled throughout this plan. I think that Mr. Driggs said something last month about where is the employer engagement in this, and it's really all throughout in the plan as well as we see implementation unfold. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to go through this. Nothing on this slide has changed. This was our goal number one of our strategies for goal number one. And so I'll just walk through these relatively quickly and then jump into what we believe are some great action steps leaving or that can begin within the next 3 to 6 months to move some of these strategies forward. So our strategy 1.1, promote messaging of career pathways within key industries. 1.2, grow career pathway awareness through career exploration, work-based learning opportunities. 1.3, expand access to workforce development services by increasing community career navigator support across our corridors and community. Again, we have our key metrics here. This is not an exhaustive list, but definitely metrics that we are thinking about can measure success when we think about these 3 strategies. Next slide. So here's what's new. So we had some action steps that we feel we can move relatively quickly as this plan unfolds and will be launched. And so these action steps are aligned with the strategies on the previous slide. Didn't put all of this on one slide because we didn't want to have too many words, but so you might have to flip back and forth. But action steps in the first 3 to 6 months for goal number 1 is to leverage and promote existing tools and websites that assist with career resources and job navigation. For example, tools like CiviForms, ncworks.gov, wpc.work, et cetera. Action 1.3 is to deploy career navigators within the corridors of opportunity and community to increase access to career development services, education and training programs, and employment opportunities. If you look at 1.1 and 1.3, this is kind of a dual approach here. We wanted to make sure that we are leveraging what existing virtual resources are out there and make those a little bit more prominent and known to community and residents, while 1.3 is making sure that we have boots on the ground within respective communities and neighborhoods like the corridors to ensure that there is accessible resources and a person and a body there to help them navigate the ecosystem. Lastly, 1.3 action is to finalize the mapping of community workforce services and training providers to make this information and resources available to the community. And so this is also the work that SHRMCO has been helping us to do in mapping the assets around the services, around the training providers that we have, so that we can have a compiled list, if you will, to share with community, as well as our navigators and partners that are assisting our residents in navigating our ecosystem. Next slide. So our next goal is skill development and credential attainment. Again, this slide has not changed. Our strategies around this goal will support skill-based training and industry-recognized credential programs that lead to in-demand career paths for unemployed individuals. 2.2 is to invest in skill growth opportunities for underemployed talent through to targeted education and specialized training programs. Again, I think I said this last month, this is to ensure that we are focusing on both our unemployed talent as well as our underemployed talent. And so we wanted to make sure that we had some strategic approaches around both of those populations. And 2.3 is to connect more untapped and underskilled talent to education and training programs. Again, our key metrics. And next slide, please. So some actions around this particular goal that we see we can take within the next 3 to 6 months. There are quite a few here, but a lot of this is around really validating the data. We have access to a lot of labor market data that says where the growth industries are, where they're going, and we just want to make sure that we're validating that's still valid, validating that with businesses to ensure that this is what's really going on in our local market. Reviewing the workforce development ecosystem strengths and our assets that we have in our community around skill development and training programs. And again, that's a part of what SHRMCO is doing. And there's a typo there. Our apologies. That should be 2.1 and 2.2 on that second bullet. Tap talent or a combination of these. But as we're thinking through where is our best next steps when we think about implementation now and down the road, we want to hone in on what are those specific industries. We know we have 6 to 7 industries in demand in our region, and we have a lot of talent that needs some support. So I think we need to figure out where do we really want to hone in, especially sooner than later as our plan unfolds. And then identifying opportunities for innovative programmings to pilot. And so as we do all this inventory and this review, are there missing pieces in our community where we can be more creative and we can innovate and pilot a program, as well as, last one is to outline and release new funding opportunities for new and/or existing workforce development programs that have done well, that we have funded previously or that we know are in our community. And so we kind of ordered this in the structure of how it would chronologically go. You'll see some of the action items are not totally aligned in the chronological order of our strategies, but we've aligned this in how we think we can tackle this over the next 3 to 6 months. Next slide, please. All right, so our job placement, this is our last goal, job placement and career advancement. So again, I'll walk through this. Nothing has changed on this slide. 3.1 is to expand earn and learn opportunities such as on-the-job training and registered apprenticeships. 3.2 is to expand our education to employment program. Again, shared that and to employ high school graduates, but then also we want to expand that to our newly college graduates, as well as being a model and being an innovator to bring on other businesses that will join us in this effort and this movement of making entry-level roles available to these students. And then lastly is work with educational and community partners to connect job-ready talent to employment opportunities. Next slide, please. And here's what's new. Our actions that, again, we think we can move forward in the short term, and that's 3.1, identify interested employers to support expansion of apprenticeships and on-the-job training opportunities. 3.2, again, expand education to employment. And 3, to build industry-specific talent pipeline teams comprised of training providers, workforce, and community partners to meet our employers' needs, as well as filling talent and employers' needs and filling available job opportunities. And what this one is essentially saying is how as we as a city can be more of a connector and can do it for helping talent to access jobs, and then helping employers access talent, whether that comes through the funded programs that we will be funding directly, whether that is through supporting our MWSBEs, as well as the investments that we make from an economic development standpoint, and making sure that we play a stronger role in connecting business to our ecosystem and vice versa. I'll stay right here, Greg. So this wraps up our action items for these 3 goals. Again, these are the things that we think we can move relatively quickly over the next 3 to 6 months. This is not an exhaustive list that we have here. And as with any plan, strategies, as well as, strategies will be implemented at varying times based on feasibility, priority, and as well as our ecosystem strengths. And so this plan will consist of, as you will see, and as it's built out, a combination of projects, programs, and initiatives that we will either implement directly, support, or fund. Next slide. So as we begin our implementation efforts in the coming months, we're keeping a lot of other things in mind, and there's a lot of great efforts that are happening right now, and a lot of them are here in this room of other departments or programs or initiatives. And so this slide, we really just want you to know, and I think I've said this before, but we look at workforce development, and if you're looking at it on this visual as kind of a hub and spoke, it is threaded throughout all of these different efforts and initiatives. And when we think about these plans and strategies and initiatives, whether it's the mobility, and congratulations on the mobility bill that was introduced last week. We know that that's going to be, if that 1 cent sales tax is passed, a historical investment into our community and what that will bring for the job need, the talent need, and the skill need that we can help support. CAP, I think they presented in the meeting prior to this one. They are in the process of revising and updating their plan. Workforce development is threaded throughout their plan, and of course CBI, housing, small business. So I want you all to know that we're thinking collaboratively in how all of our efforts do align as we are thinking through what implementation of our plan looks like. And so wanted to just also remind you all that our Office of Workforce Development, again, in the midst of all of this workforce development planning, we have ongoing focus areas that we're supporting. Again, the internal work that we're supporting our 8,500 city employees through these programs that I've mentioned to you in the past. We are also doing ongoing monitoring, managing, and reporting of our performance outcomes on existing programs that we are currently funding, as well as past programs that we have funded, and you will take a little bit of a deeper dive into some of that data that you have in your appendix, as well as we're going to continue, researching workforce development best practices to ensure we know what's great out there and what we could potentially duplicate or replicate here in our city or take a portion of to ensure that we are supporting our talent and our businesses in the best way that we can. And so I'm going to pause right here. Well, here are our next steps, certainly to incorporate any thoughts and feedback that you have on any of this. And next step will be, again, the conversation with tonight to update full council on this plan and prep for a potential March 24th decision on the plan. And then ultimately, that next step will be to move the plan forward and begin to execute on the strategies. So I'll pause right there and hear any questions.
Ms. Frazier, I want to thank you for your presentation and the Sherman team for being a part of that and helping us get to where I think is a very significant moment for the committee. Just for the committee's members' knowledge, our goal is to actually vote this out of committee today to full council for adoption. And so there will be I will call for a vote to adopt this, that we move it to full council for their consideration. I meant to mention this also. I want to thank Mr. Gardner for being here to stay for sure. Many of you saw him at our last council meeting at our public hearing, and he came and spoke in reference to Guardhouse. So I want to thank you for coming. I told him to come and see what we're doing and kick the tires a little bit. So thank you, as well as all the other partners that we work with in the community in reference to workforce development. It's obviously our goal and objective is to be a leader and a trend center for the community. And so I want to thank Danielle for laying out a strategic plan for us for our consideration. And so I will pause and open it up for questions from the committee members, those who are visiting with us virtually as well, Councilmember Moreno, the Mayor Pro Tem, as well as Mr. Bakari and Mr. Drake. So the floor is open for questions.
This is like our first meeting. I have a question.
Sure.
So, thank you. I look at this, it's a great program. I'm excited about it. I think you know this has been important for me since before you came here. But I think for the public-facing description of this, it's a little bit like the conversation we had in my committee this morning. There's a lot of inside work that goes into developing a plan, and then there's the observable impact, or the way it affects people. Like, do we have requirements that we impose? Are we imposing requirements on city contracting related to this plan? So I'm interested in clarifying what we hope to accomplish. There's reference to metrics, but can we establish some sort of framework for saying this is what we set out to do and we did it? I can tell you from the appendix here, this is good stuff. The numbers are small, right? The community's 900 and something thousand people. So what is the potential for scale? How big a difference do we hope to make? How many lives do we hope to influence? I mean, we count our affordable units, for example, when we measure how many of those we create. But, and I noticed also in this appendix, there's reference to retention. This is something that we looked at when I was on the Goodwill Board. I think communities and schools, you know, you offer somebody an opportunity, or you train them, or you do whichever thing we do, and then what about 3, 6 months, a year later? So did the thing you did stick, and did it really take hold? They got a credential as a tiler, they're still working as a tiler. And that too is important, because creating a reliable tiling opportunity is not just a function of teaching people about grout. It means that they have to kind of mature into a reliable workforce resource. I don't need to lecture you about this, but I'm just saying there's a lot that goes around that. So if you take some of the people that we really want to help, people who might have been in the system or who face barriers, did you really do enough in order to get them started? Or did you get them up to a certain place and then you checked off, okay, we finished, and then where are they later on? So I hope we can create that kind of, because at the end of the day, a lot of people they're not going to absorb all of this detail. You're going to have a 30-second way of saying, we implemented our plan and this is what happened. Or we're going to implement our plan and this is what it means for you. So I would just suggest that. The other question I have, of course, being a numbers guy, is financial. So I think we allocated $10 million to workforce development. Was all of that from ARPA funds?
It was the 9.1, and that's part of what some of these programs are representing. We were not able to deploy all of those funds, and so some of those you all voted to reclassify those away to other efforts that were priority at the time.
But was that ARPA funding, or was that a budget line item?
It was ARPA funding, the 9.1 million.
It was what?
It was ARPA.
So that's my other question then. We're in our budget process right now, and I've wondered the whole time, what's our steady state going to be in the area of workforce development? And look forward to getting input from you as we start to talk about our priorities. I believe there needs to be kind of like a permanent line item for the continuing effort, and then we need to think about how much that should be. Like, we can sustain our staff efforts and our internal on a certain amount, but then do we actually want to seed programs and have a city ability to invest in programs? I believe we should, because as I've said so often, I think these investments can pay a much greater return than, say, our housing subsidies. So I want to make sure we get the maximum benefit from that, but it'll take input from you to understand what the potential is, or the need is.
Thank you.
And yeah, that's it. That's what I have. I think it's, again, very important work. We're doing more in this area now than we did in my 10 years here, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Mr. McCarty.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with everything Councilman Driggs just said. I just think, putting a fine point on it, what's missing here for the next step, I think, is we call this a plan, but it's more like strategic direction setting document. And I don't think it's, having done a lot of this work myself in the past, I don't think the right ask is necessarily, let's break out the super granular details. I think that's something you're going to work through in alignment to that. But what we need to be able to play our governance role over this is at the highest level, something as simple as a heat map kind of report that says, here's what we're going to do. And while, because again, like as someone who's gone through this, like there's a million different variations in each one of these verticals. How you focus on K through 12, even within that, is different between high school and below. How you focus on early people who have just graduated high school and are not in the workforce, or college is another. So there's so many granular details. My recommendation would be to pick a couple and focus in on those really hard and own those. But I don't think it probably would help anyone for the entire council to be in the weeds of that entire plan. I do, though, think you saying, here's the 12 or so measurements over the next 3 years that we're going to be tracking to year over year, and that enables us to do two things. One, give you strategic feedback that says, is this needle moving enough? Scale. In all my experience, I've learned two things with these kind of programs. One is that you have to be industry driven at a level where it's relevant, the outcomes are relevant, and two, it has to be done at a scale that moves the needle. Otherwise, there are some people that perhaps really like changing a couple dozens of people's lives, but at the end of the day, we're set up to do something bigger than that. So I think both of those are important. So the first thing it enables us to do is look at it and say, does it meet the scale level that we believe? And we don't have to go back to you and say, okay, let's change these 17 things. We have to say, you go back and reconfigure your deeper level plans that can, get that and make that occur. And when you look at the scale and size of Charlotte, across all of North Carolina, there's probably roughly 100,000 seniors in high school that graduate every year. So you can start to extrapolate what a needle moving area in each one of the buckets is just by looking at the macro data. And then one will give that the stamp of approval and say, yeah, okay, this seems needle moving and strategic enough. And then two, it enables us to not have to get something fresh from you as you look back on your last year and present it to us to say, hey, this is why we think we did a great job. We're measuring towards that report card the whole time. And then in doing so, you're pushing your teams and then the other groups around town towards their pieces that make those measurable results occur. So I think that I'm happy to roll this out of committee today, if that's the will of the committee. I would really recommend when this comes to the broader council, you bring with it a dashboard, a measurement dashboard for our governance.
Ms. Molino, how are you doing? You have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm listening, and I think that's some great input. I did hear Danielle's comment, and I was very encouraged by the exercise last year and some of the stakeholders that were in the room. I do realize that directionally this is a large undertaking, but I am extremely excited, like all of you, about us taking initiative with regards to workforce development and what it means for our residents. I think it would be pointed, and Danielle, I do think that it will make your life easier for us to really consider some of those additional suggestions. So for an example, because it is such a large undertaking, right, for us to kind of observe maybe some strategic areas that we can focus on, because a lot of the deliverables that we contend with, they're pretty large in scope. And so it's really hard to determine whether we've been successful because we really haven't, oriented all of our initiatives around a particular outcome. And we have so many different examples across committees where that's something that we contend with often. So
I think for you, that suggestion actually makes your life a lot better in that, understanding the scope of what we need to deal with. You have a unique opportunity now to say, based on what the council is asking me for, here is where I think we can best align our resources as far as what we'd like to drive for this particular time frame and drive these particular areas. And here's some of the resources from a city and partner perspective that we'd like to deploy in order to affect those outcomes. So like I said, I'm encouraged. I love the conversation around workforce development. Nothing has changed my life more than the opportunity to work and feed my family and just be able to command my own destiny. And I feel like every human being that we can, prepare with those tools, we give them the same opportunity. So with that, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Danielle, really good work here. I'm excited about the path forward. I do echo some of the comments that Mr. Driggs mentioned about the individual resident and the impact for them. But I think this is a really, really important work, and it's work. We were having a conversation, I think a couple of days ago, and Mr. Bakari and Ms. Ajmira, and we were talking about the fact that all of these things, all of these major pillars that we're working on, it has to work in tandem. We can't just focus on one, can't just focus on housing, can't just focus on transportation. We have to focus on all of them, including workforce. And I think this is one of the final pieces that I'm happy to see materialize and take shape and mature the way that it appears to be doing under your leadership. So thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And lastly, I'll make a couple of comments. One, again, I think the work is exceptional, but I think my colleagues have really kind of took all my questions. One, that I believe that we have to fly the plane at 30,000 feet and allow you and staff to get in the weeds and the details of a lot of this, right? A lot of my questions are weed questions, right, which is beyond, I think, my responsibility. It's your responsibility, right, to kind of figure it out. I do believe what gets measured gets done. And so I think measurements, as Mr. Bakari has talked about, I think is extremely important. I do believe that it should be an ongoing and recurring budget item that we invest in, that we can't do it all ourselves, right? And so I got a call from a wide variety of community partners that wants to partner with the city in some shape, form, or fashion in terms to support what we're trying to do when it's here today, right? And so how do we work with others in the community to achieve community goals and objectives so that when we have this workforce development summit in September, it can be we the community, we the city of Charlotte, we the Guardian House, we the Urban League, all of us working collectively together trying to solve a problem. And I think the Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Drake, is right. I need a job, right? And so I get all that. For sure, as a policymaker, the man on the street is, I need a job. Where do I go? Who can help me? And so I really want to make sure that we're taking advantage of the opportunities hubs. Again, that's weed work, right? That they are working with you hand in glove in terms of someone can actually walk off the street and knock on somebody's door and say, hey, I want a job. Who can help me? I don't have a computer. I don't know how to get on a computer, right? But I know I need to feed my family. So where can I go to get help in any part of these cities that we have these corridors of opportunities? I think it's extremely important that the opportunity hubs can really be a part of that. And then, working with outside organizations. I think we're all saying the same things, right? That I think you're certainly well on the right direction. We want to be up here, but we certainly want to know what's happening down here. One thing I also put is high-impact projects, like the Pearl, right? That's going to be a long-standing project in this community that's going to provide a wealth of opportunity for workers without a college degree and certificate programs. And so making sure that those high-impact projects that the city is involved in, like the Pearl, or the construction that we're going to do at Bank of America Stadium, and those things that, that are priorities for the city, that we said we want workforce development opportunities that we're measuring, and there's a system in place that guide people towards those opportunities, right? Again, weed work, that I'll leave alone, but I think that's my thinking in terms of answering that question of that man or woman on the street that clearly are allowing me and the Mayor Pro Tem and Marjorie and Ed and Bakari to kind of do the policy planning work to make sure that that's done. But at the end of the day, I need a job, right? Where can I go? Who can help me? And whether it's Guardian House or whether it's the Urban League or whether it's the City of Charlotte, where can I go to get the type of support I need to support myself and my family? And so I think this is a very good step. I think if you take the comments from the council members, I think it'll be even a better presentation when it comes for a final vote for council. And if there's no any comments, Mr. Driggs.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to say, I don't see anything in here that I object to, and therefore, like Mr. Bakari, I'm happy to support that we bring it forward. But I would like to make a motion that the committee approve this, recommend it to the full council with the recommendation that more work on a couple of these points take place, right? And include that in the committee's vote so that we are clear. And I would want to share, Mr. Chair, with our colleagues that we approve this and that we asked for a few other things, or recommended a few other things.
Okay, there's been a motion made that's been properly seconded. Any comments on the motion? No comments, no hands raised. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Another step forward.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And all of your comments taken in, and thank you. Great feedback, and we'll incorporate those. We had a couple of questions that we wanted to engage you all with. I think some of them you even answered. Do we still have a couple that were unanswered that we wanted to ask? If Chair Graham, if we can. I know we've got a little bit of time. Or do we think we're good to? I think we're good. I think you've actually answered. Yeah, I think you've actually answered the
We
question.
read your mind.
You did. So you have an appendix of data that I did share with you all. I hope that you all were able to review that. Happy to answer any questions if you wanted me to walk through any of that with you all. I think just some general high-level things to mention here. These programs in the appendix they are programs that are currently active, most of them, through that the $4.5 million or so that has been deployed in the community. So some of these outcomes you may see, oh, this looks low as it relates to retention or others, but they are still actively either in training or getting employment or on their way to full retention of employment up to a year. So I didn't know, Chair, if you wanted me to go through these and dig in the data, or if you were okay, but I think just to let you know too, dashboard, yes, heard it loud and clear. That is why we have Jordan Duke sitting behind me, probably on his computer right now, he's been evaluating how we collect data and then how we report it. And ultimately, utopia would be you have an interactive dashboard that you can access at any time to see the impact of your investments.
Mr. Driggs.
So since you mention it, in this appendix, you have, for example, Workforce Development Funded Program, ARPA, Charlotte Works, and there's an investment of $1.3 million. The participation is 34 with a goal of 170. But here is one indication of results that seems to suggest that the actual earnings improvement was about 5%. So when you look at that, is that okay as far as you're concerned? Is that what we hope to accomplish? Because that seems like a lot of money for that small number of people and for that small a change in earnings.
Right. So a couple things to clarify here, too. Again, 34 individuals have been enrolled in the program. Of that average earnings that is being recognized, it is the 13 individuals that have gone into employment. And those actual individuals are through our on-the-job training program, which supports our actually all of those 13 employers are registered with CBI. They are MWSBE employers. And so it's a training program where we subsidize a portion of the salaries for those new employees that are working now, full-time employees with those organizations, to help them offset some of that liability while they're in that training period. And so that's where that is coming from. It's a smaller denominator. 5%, I think it depends on where you start and where you end up. When we look at some of these wages, we see that these particular wages are still under what would be considered livable wages. But when we wrote this grant 2 years ago in 2023, actually, the livable wage has increased significantly since what we put into the grant, which then was $18.20. Now it's at $26. And so point taken, Mr. Driggs, we are constantly working with our providers and with our employers to identify, again, industries and jobs that are livable wage employment. So to your question, is 5%. In this case, we would like to see that higher, that wage number higher. Absolutely.
So, one sec. I just offered that as an example. I think this is the nitty-gritty right here, right? We're putting in this much money. We have this many participants. We're seeing these results. We've got retention numbers. So, in my old finance job, we used to write, we look at financial statements and then we write a discussion, like management's discussion. So it would be helpful if you discussed acknowledging that on its face, somebody could wonder, right? I'm spending $8,000 or whatever it is per participant and et cetera, and just put some color around this and understand that for many people, this is more important than most of that. This is critical. This is what really tells us, wow, it's working, or at least it tells us, I am taking responsibility for the use of this money.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. McCart.
Yeah, I would just, to piggyback on that, say, this is a great example of, at a macro level, what you'd bring us that would be broken down into what you're directly going to do versus what partner organizations are going to do. And what I can tell you is, when you look at the road to hire item, you know, the goal was 152, 36 participated. So I probably would have balked at 152 being scalable enough for, $1.4 million. And then 36 actually participate, which breaks down to like a cost of $40,000 per person. I mean, that's a college tuition, right? So, and then 10 ended up being employed and retained over that period. So I think this is the lack of accountability this council has had in our governance model over these kind of things in the past, where it was more about awarding the dollar amount and saying that versus the outcome that came through there. So there's a lot of similar kind of views as we look through the rest of those. But to me, that's exactly what I want to be able to hold us accountable to, and I'm sure the rest of this council does over this next phase of the work.
Yep, thank you for that. And if I could respond, so, and forgive me for not adding all of that color. So these, if you see where program start dates, they started last May. These programs actually run 6-month cohorts. And so a portion of when this program started, just for example, with Road to Hire, there were 11 participants that we supported in funding from the first cohort, which ended in the summer of last year. And so this new cohort has started in September. So this grant goes into April of 2026. And so they're currently enrolled and they're in the process. We're just sharing with you where these numbers are, but they're all on track to meet their goals and what they've stated in the contract. But happy to share some more of that statement so you really understand where these programs are in the snapshot of time.
Yeah, and I believe we've been funding that program for 4 or 5 years now, right? I mean, so there's more data historically of all that. So I don't think this is something we need to go back and doge the whole thing from the beginning, but if somebody's coming for a new ask of dollars that has a track record with us, I would expect to see all of the data and everything that we've done broken down to that level of success and meeting measurements and things like that.
Yes.
And just a clarification, Mr. Chair. So what you're saying is that you are expecting to get to 152/170, et cetera, over the life of these grants and within those amounts?
That's correct.
Right? And it's an ongoing rolling
Right.
process? Okay.
Okay,
Member Driggs, just real quick, on the last page, for the last 3 years of that, again, Road to Hire in specific, because that was the example we were on, there's outcomes for that program as well. And again, I was happy to walk through all of this with you and answer any questions, but I also didn't know if you wanted to dig
Is
into
that
the data.
solely our funding that has
Yes.
driven that?
Yes.
So all those results are only from our funding, not other funding that has come into the organization?
Correct. I asked for our sliver and our portion of what we funded over that 3-year
So
period.
the second thing we would want to see on that is, obviously, and hopefully, we're not the only funding mechanism for
Correct.
these groups.
Right.
So I'd want to see, then show us all the funding amounts that have come in from different sources, because obviously, public-private partnerships is what we want to incentivize, and then the numbers aligned to our spend versus others.
Got it. And for this particular one, I do know that I think the county partnered with the city in funding this program over the last 3 years as well. So, but there's other, and happy to share that.
It's probably not a separate compartment, right? I mean, the nonprofit has its activity, and it works out a cost per participant, and then it divides that into the amount of money they got from us, and that's how they can impute, right? They don't operate a standalone program with our money that's different
Correct.
from everything else they're doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is Councilwoman Molina.
Floor is yours.
So there is an additional component to consider here, and I think we discussed this at a prior meeting. There's some things that would lend themselves to being qualitative. So for an example, it's like what I spoke about before, because we have all these varying degrees of human beings that need assistance, right? And so there are like steps, so to speak. And I know that there's a quantitative metric in that, you know, and you guys are alluding to it, the amount of people that we, let's say, intend to help and train. And then there's this quantitative piece that says we've spent X amount of dollars to get them trained, right? But is that a win or is that not, right? And then the next thing becomes, you know, if they get that training, then would they get hired? Because if they don't get hired, then have we then been unsuccessful, or how do we measure that? In other words, in my opinion, each human being is somewhat of an outcome baseline, and I think council member, someone alluded to that. I think it was, I don't remember which one of you guys. I'm looking at the screen, but I remember that you alluded to the fact that there are just varying degrees of need, right? So I guess success being measured, is it only quantitative is what I'm asking out loud, so that and I'm not giving permission for us to not lean into the financial portion of this, but this is understanding that access and outcome, they're not the same thing. And having been, and I'm sure many of us have been in varying degrees of need, I can recall times where training didn't necessarily mean employment immediately, but it meant a skill set that I own that may be added to something that would become employment at some point. So I guess I asked that understanding that I don't know how we're going to put all that together. And again, this is a scope question because we have such a large scope. The person walking in who's saying, I need help, and they don't have a computer is much different than the human being that's been laid off. Exactly. And they have, you know, transferable skill sets where maybe just a trade or a training can put them right back into a living wage situation is what I'm saying.
Very good point. I concur with that wholeheartedly. I mean, so again, the 30,000 feet level, and then the weeds, right? And that's where it gets really convoluted, is in the weeds, right? Because you got to take out so many different aspects of where people are, right? You got to help people where they are.
Right.
And people are at different places on the spectrum, so that's why we got you and your lovely team here, right? Because you guys are going to help us figure it out.
That's right.
And so, one last request, and then I'll adjourn the meeting. Madam Manager, I would love to have the opportunity to kind of tour all the 6 quarters of opportunities programs, just to kind of see what they're doing and checking in with them and making sure they're ready to receive the type of planning and programming that I think may be coming their way, right? So I just want to do a check-in.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Hearts and souls aligned? Can I get a second? We're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome everyone first let me say welcome, and I will start with introduction. I'm Dimple Ajmera, committee chair, so let's start with introduction of committee members and then of staff, and we'll go around the room.
Lawana Mayfield, committee member.
Tara Bakari, vice chair.
Anyone online?
Marie Harris, strategy and budget.
Jalil, strategy and budget.
Cherry Smith, strategy and budget.
Mike Davis, stormwater services.
Angela Charles, Director of Charlotte Water.
Sean Kaufman, Deputy Director, Charlotte Water.
Monica Allen, Assistant City Manager.
Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager.
Madam CFO.
Stephen Colker, Charlotte Business Inclusion. Thomas Patterson, Attorney's Office, Counsel to Charlotte Water and Stormwater.
Jamie Thompson, Stormwater Services. Corita Desai, Stormwater Services.
Joseph Lockwood, Charlotte Water.
David Zerb, Charlotte Water.
Gina Kimball, Charlotte Water.
Carolyn Ross, Charlotte Water. Do we have anybody with us?
Rachel Stark, Smart Cities Program Manager, and on the mobility, helping the mobility work.
Hi, Nan Peterson, Planning.
Naima Mathis, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Ashley Price, Department of General Services.
Phil Rieger with General Services.
Carl Wilson, Charlotte Water.
Sheila Anderson, General Services.
Matt Hassett, City Finance.
All right, thank you all. Do we have anyone joining us online, Marie? No? All right. So for today's meeting of the committee, we are planning to cover two topics. As you see here on the slide, we have water and stormwater budget outlook. So no wonder we see the whole team here from Charlotte Water and Stormwater. And then second, it's our continuing topic of our discussion on MWSBE participation in capital projects. So with that, let's hear from Charlotte Water. Ms. Charles.
Thank you, Chairman Ajmera, Vice Chair Bakari, Councilmember Mayfield, and other members who may be listening in of the committee. First of all, we thank you for your support for Charlotte Water, not just today, but over the years. And so we're going to give you a budget outlook of both enterprise funds. We're going to begin with a video that is going to outline our accomplishments over this past year. Then we'll pop over to Mike Davis, who will give an update on the Stormwater Fund, and then I will end with the Water and Wastewater Fund. So if we could have it queued up, I heard you had to switch screens. appreciate that.
Move to approve the budget.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We will upload that video. We're going to share it with our employees tomorrow. We want you all to see it because we did have a great year. We are a great organization. We're not a perfect organization, but if you go around to other wastewater, water, and stormwater utilities across the nation, you will get a sense of how great the team is here in Charlotte. And so we're just going to reinforce that some. If we can flop back, thank you. Oh, you guys are ahead of me. Back to the presentation. One Water is water, wastewater, and stormwater all working together in a line to serve our community. And so there are several things we like to highlight. I'll just do a couple here. Hidden Valley is a great example of water, wastewater, and stormwater all working together to serve the community and to work on infrastructure. Also, this past year, we had 38 active stormwater projects requiring coordination between water and wastewater. And so that's one of the objectives of working under a One Water philosophy in our community. One Water is spreading through the water industry like you would not believe. I was invited to California to speak to some executives last week about One Water and how it works in Charlotte. And so this is how we are leveraging infrastructure in our communities just so that we can serve better. And of course, we are still an award-winning utility. In terms of exceptional service, I'll just highlight a couple of these. Of course, both funds have maintained their AAA status. Stormwater has accommodated a 52% increase in plan review. North Carolina Mutual Aid, we sent folks to Asheville where you all had the retreat to help get that community water services and essential services. And we've permitted 384 water and wastewater infrastructure plans for the region that we serve. CBI, business inclusion, we know that has been a topic of note. We just wanted to mention that we lead the city in this effort, and in FY24, One Water spent $74 million, accounting for 45% of the overall city spend. What we will be doing, our next move is to, we have our folks, since we have 100 counties now, and we have the North Carolina Hub database, we actually have our internal CBI folks getting into that database and looking at the codes, and we are going to contact different companies who provide services maybe in another community that we could possibly use here. But I am sharing this with you just to let you know that One Water understands that this is a strategic priority and that we're working towards it, and we intend to get better and better.
Charles, just let me make sure that I acknowledge we have Mayor who has joined our meeting virtually, as well as Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Brown. So welcome, everyone.
Thank you so much. And hello. Okay, performance snapshot, just a couple of these. We do have many, many metrics. We track a lot in the One Water organization. Our main breaks, and I've heard, well, it seems like we're having more breaks. Well, it was cold. We had a cold snap. But the target is less than 15 per 100 miles, and we are at 11.56. That is a safe water target, which means that that's a target for utilities across the nation, not just something that we developed here. And so we are trending in the right way there. Sewer overflows, we are still working on those. That is a target that we are driving internally. We want to be less than 3.2. We're sitting at about 3.5 right now, but we're still hoping that we will get there. Let me pick a stormwater. Average number of commercial stormwater reviews to approve. We got 2.5 reviews or less For approval, stormwater is sitting at 2.37. The whole point here is that we have performance targets and goals for our folks who come in every day that we try to meet to have an efficient operation. Corridors of opportunity, this number keeps climbing. The first year, we had 200 million invested in corridors of opportunity. Now we're up to 568 million. That's One Water investment in a strategic priority of this council and community. And then we're going to pop over to Mike.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Before we go over stormwater budget, I just want to see if there are any questions on Charlotte Water. I do have a couple of questions. If we,
Well, yeah, so I just did a One Water. After Mike, I'm going
Mike,
to come
do
up and
more,
do
come
water
back.
and waste, and then we can talk about the PFAS and the other.
I wanted to go over slide number
Oh,
6.
number 6,
No,
okay.
I'm going to wait on PFAS because I know
Okay.
I did ask you about that over the weekend, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain that.
All righty.
But
Okay, so
where-
you had one here.
So this target, the target column that we have, is that the industry standards or this is just internal goals or both?
It depends on the target. So like the water main breaks per 100 miles, that is Partnership for Safe Water. That is an industry-wide standard for utilities that is part of that, of what we call Safe Water Partnership. So that one's driven externally.
Got it.
Okay. The sanitary sewer overflows per 100 miles, that one is driven internally because we want to move those down as close to zero as we can, which is hard for a community our size. So it really depends on the
the goal.
extra, yes, yes, ma'am.
So in terms of the sanitary sewer overflows, obviously the target is 3.2, we are at 3.5. So in this presentation, are we going to see any investments that specifically targets that performance measures?
Absolutely. So when I talk about the capital program, you will see, and I'll name, I'll give you a number there where we've got investment into rehab and replacement. Now, the other thing about that, though, is there's a part of that we don't control because overflows, the number one cause for overflows is grease in the drain. So we have all kinds of stuff entering our wastewater collection system. So that's part of it that we don't control, and that's why we do so much in education, just trying to have the public help us reduce those overflows, okay?
Got it.
So some of it's under our control, some of it's not. We the receiver of all of it, and we track it.
Got it.
Okay? Great question. Thank you for the question.
Okay, so we'll spend the next 15 slides talking about stormwater. Ms. Mayfield, you had noted we travel heavy and wondering who's doing the work. This is a picture of the 250 or so folks who do stormwater work every day committed to this mission. I did want to echo something Ms. Charles said a moment ago. We can't do any of this work without council support, and we have enjoyed council support for many years now. That's helped us position the utility in a good place. So the goal here over these next few slides is really just to hopefully give you a feeling for what's going on as we think about a budget proposal. So we've unpacked that mission you just saw on the last page. Probably the easiest way to understand it is to put it into two buckets. Generally, what we're doing in stormwater services is thinking about the environment in terms of protecting surface water quality, and then thinking about drainage or flood mitigation as we install drainage infrastructure and maintain that infrastructure around the city. So everything that follows from here is generally trying to accomplish those two things. I'll spend a few more minutes on this slide. Sometimes City Council rightfully takes up the question of kind of what's the condition of our infrastructure across different programs, and how are we doing as far as sort of fulfilling what our plan is for that infrastructure. And something that I think is interesting about stormwater is the plan is not something we've come up with. The plan is something nature created before people ever lived here. And it looks like this. It's 18 different watersheds made up of creeks that all either drain to the Catawba River or on the other side of that black line to the east drains towards Rocky River. So the only thing we're ever doing in terms of infrastructure investment is we're evolving these creeks and streams into piped infrastructure under the ground. That happens through private development, and it happens when we build new streets. And then Stormwater Services seeks to try to maintain that public system. And so where that's left us today is a network that we maintain that's about 1,400 miles of system that we have to take care of. And then this slide, the point of it is just to try to impart a little bit of sort of awareness of the importance of a drainage system, sort of make it local to home. So Charlotte receives an average of 43 inches of rain per year. And as I've talked to folks, what I've learned is they're surprised when they learn that's more than Seattle gets in a year. For folks who are familiar with that part of the country, they're known for getting rain kind of year round. The difference here in Charlotte is we tend to get most of that in big summer events. You know, the atmosphere is carrying a lot of moisture. It unloads it oftentimes all at once. And so just as a sense of scale, if you took 1 inch of rain across all of Charlotte, that would fill Bank of America Stadium 16 times. And so you just imagine tipping that over onto our city. And the point is that water has to go somewhere. So it goes in infrastructure that looks like that, and it empties out into streams that look like that. Again, it's a 1,400-mile system, and our goal is to try to keep it functioning properly. So when we kind of look briefly in the rearview mirror, this is a snapshot of just some of the metrics that hopefully sort of paint the picture that we're being productive in terms of running the utility. And so a couple that I'll cherry pick right now, or I guess looking back at the last completed year, that included over 275 projects completed. 9,000 plus private development plans reviewed. That's a big deal, and I'll talk about it again on a later slide, but one of the big ways we get drainage infrastructure is through new private development. And then that 3,900 number, so that number climbs year after year. We're almost to 4,000 times per year that residents reach out to us saying they want us to come out and look at something, and we do. We go and meet them and talk to them about their issues and try to help them when we can. And then that financial efficiency column, the point is, as we're doing all that in terms of output, we're always staying focused on trying to be good stewards of the funding. And so we did just go through a recent debt refinancing that yielded AAA bond ratings for Moody's and Standard & Poor's. All right. And then one other accomplishment I just wanted to highlight, and it's actually something you'll see go live April of this year, and that is that FEMA is upgrading the city of Charlotte from Class 3 to Class 2 and what they call the community rating system. And the whole point of the community rating system is FEMA wants to recognize communities that are operating stormwater programs that have the benefit of mitigating flood risks. And so Charlotte has been a participant in this voluntary program for years now, and we've steadily moved up in ratings. And so what you see in that chart to the left, those are all of the participating communities across the country. And so we are all the way to the right. We're about to join that Class 2 designation. You can see that's rare company. And that when we get there, that'll put us in the top 1% of all participating programs. And the upshot of this is it saves insurance holders money. Every class you move up is a 5% additional discount on flood or federal-backed flood insurance. This slide, what I want to do is kind of give a little bit of context. In any given budget year, we're talking about the upcoming year. This is a year where I thought it made sense to put this in the context of things that have come before it and where we're going. Stormwater Services has been around as a utility for a little over 30 years. And you can kind of put it on a timeline where you might sort of think of that first era as being the reactive era. A lot of important groundwork was being laid here. It was an era in which the way the utility mostly operated was people told us something was broken, we try to go out and help them. But we developed ordinances at that time and set up a lot of the groundwork that would pay off in later years. And you kind of hit this change management era where we're trying to lay the groundwork for where we're going into now. Notably, this is the era when we started working on what you may have heard of as called the 5-year surge. You may know that we had a backlog of private property assistance projects that had grown to almost 1,700 projects. And the manager challenged us to get that backlog eliminated in 5 years, and that's what we did. We got that retired at the end of the beginning of this fiscal year. So really what that lets us do now is focus on where we think we need to be going into the future as a proactive utility, and the way that you get there is through something called asset management, which I'll explain on the next slide. But before I leave here, I did just want to point out, just because we're entering this new sort of data-driven era doesn't mean we don't still hear from a lot of people. At the end of the day, we are a high-touch organization and depend on those interactions with the community. All right, so asset management, what is it? It starts with sending people and equipment out into the field to learn what we can about that 1,400-mile system. So that van contains robotic camera equipments that get lowered into the system. Some assets we send people into to do visual inspections of. We do that on a regular rhythm. And the reason we want to know that is because we want to kind of start to look into the future and say, what's expected now in terms of maintenance, but also what are we going to need to be doing in 2050, 60, 70, beyond? Because it's a big system, we can't fix it all at once. And the big takeaway from that chart is we're at a certain point in time over on the left part of the chart where what the system needs for maintenance is nowhere near what it's going to need to be when we start getting to 2050 and beyond. The reason for that is the biggest determinant of when infrastructure like this fails is its age. And if you think about how and when Charlotte developed, there was a huge spike that was sort of an echo in the past. And so on a good day, you can get 100 years of life out of an asset. Some things will fail faster than that. But that's kind of what this asset management lets us start to do, and it lets us start to figure out how to do preventive maintenance so that we can hopefully repair and replace things before they fail. Now I shift to capital. At the end of the day, when we get those insights, really it just helps us inform where to invest. We're a capital-heavy program. It's about 2/3 what we spend on. I won't read through all that. Just wanted to give you a flavor of the types of things that, again, both support drainage or flood mitigation and drainage infrastructure, and also surface water quality investments. What I will highlight is the alignment of those capital investments with other council priorities. In the map on the left, I'll show you another one in a second, but that first map is about corridors of opportunity. So we've been proud to be partners in that work and make infrastructure investments that help support the city's larger investment goals. And then more recently, the strategic investment areas. And so we have resources who participate on interdepartmental teams to try to help support the work that is mobility focused, but which also needs stormwater investments as it goes along. All right. Surface water quality. So this slide, I wish I could present 10 slides to you on this one. It's all on one. But the point is, what I would want you to know is that Charlotte has a top flight surface water quality program. We are national experts in this space.
Stand by. All right.
And
We're unmuted. I heard you say I'm unmuted. Can y'all hear me?
We can
Yes, we hear you.
Yes,
I can't hear
Councilmember
you.
Brown, we can hear you.
It's strange.
Councilmember Brown, do you have a question? I'll text her. Continue.
Okay. So again, we just want you to know you've got a top shelf surface water quality program. The way we get there is through a variety of activities. It's not one thing. It is sometimes projects. It is sometimes regulation, investigation, enforcement of illicit discharge activities. It's education. It's volunteer engagement, things like that. I will pivot now to land development regulations. I've got 2 slides on this, and what I want to tell you about is what we've had for a long time and what we've just recently installed. And what Charlotte has benefited from for a good while are an array of regulations that were tailored towards large format development, because that's the way Charlotte was growing. Big subdivisions, big commercial projects, and the regulations dealt effectively at large scale, and it's across a variety of different things that you see there. What was becoming a challenge for us was as Charlotte was experiencing a wave of infill development, it was happening on a more minute scale that was kind of falling between the cracks. And some of you have seen this before, but it's worth showing again that if you can imagine that this might be just a lower density subdivision somewhere in Charlotte where there are some stream and easements and things like that, that over time, what can happen is small houses get torn down, bigger houses get built or expanded upon, and it starts to butt up against other things. And that can look like these kinds of challenges. It can be things built over easements, sinkholes that form due to obstructed drainage, the way people grade their lots. They might physically damage infrastructure, and these things can accelerate stream velocities and cause erosion downstream. So we were seeing these things, we were getting complaints about these things, and we had no regulations to deal with them. So the UDO kind of came along at the right time for us to start to regulate in that space, which we have been. Predictably, we have been more busy, I would say. Our plan reviews have increased by about 50%, but we also staffed for that, and our metrics around customer service we think are very strong. And I would just also note that we've learned a lot since this was implemented, and we think there's some fine tuning that will need to be made as we try to kind of, again, protect the balance between what developers are needing in order to keep doing what they do and also protecting the rights of property owners who are there already. All right, this is my second to last slide, and it's just to say, when we think about all of these things in the context of where stormwater is going, it is notable that at the end of the day, what we're dealing with is weather, and it's something we can't control. So I talked about the 43 inches. We would like to better understand what the future may hold in terms of rainfall events. And so Charlotte has had and operated for a long time a very robust network of stream and flood gauges, rainfall and stream flood gauges, that we operate in partnership and in service to USGS's work, and also more recently the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's work. They are trying to do a forecast that will be used on a national scale that will help inform stormwater utilities and wastewater utilities what the future may hold from a climate perspective. The reason this is significant is because if we start dealing with more intense storms in the future, that could have implications for the size and upkeep of the drainage infrastructure that we're depending upon. All right, so all that said, this is my last slide, and it's just sort of the financing aspects. I just kind of covered all of what we're doing and why we do it. When we think about how we finance that, it starts with this framework that we've used for years now. But at the top of the list is you got to support those strategic priorities, which I've led you through. But we also work with partners across the city to make sure we're meeting the best practices in terms of city finance requirements in order to sustain those AAA ratings. Part of how we do that is having a steady drumbeat of fee increases that we would want to keep moderate and level. And for us, that means probably around 4% or less per year. And part of that modeling is it preserves some debt capacity for the future so that other generations of leaders in the community can solve for things that may come along later. And then notably, this last part about address one-time revenue or expense impacts with one-time rate adjustments. We have had over the last couple of years some unforeseen things that represented expenses that had to be baked into the model. So this is a sort of a historical look at where we've been over the last few years on fee increases, sort of the range that we're targeting for this upcoming budget year, which will be ultimately at the manager's discretion as far as what he puts in his recommended budget. At the high end of that range, just to kind of give it some sense of scale, that would be about $1, would be exactly $1 for Tier 3 of our ratepayers, which captures 90%. 90% of ratepayers pay that or less. And that is everything I have to tell you about.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I was part of the council when we had first started talking about the backlog of 15, 20 years, $1 billion problem. I appreciate your and your team's work to address that. I don't have any specific questions, but I appreciate your leadership. So with that, Councilmember Mayfield, and if there are any questions online?
Thank you. If we can go back to slide 14, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding when we say the stormwater services achieves the Class 2 rating from FEMA.
Yes.
And you say that potentially can be a 5% insurance rate reduction. So we had the major incident last year over in Mountain Island Lake, but that really wasn't weather related. It was really Duke Energy. The challenge is now that whole area has been identified, a FEMA area. Even though it was one segment that received the impact, we've done a lot of development and growth in the area on the backside that never saw any of the water challenges. How would we get this type of information out to community so that when they're talking to their mortgage company and the mortgage company is now telling them, well, you have to get flood insurance because FEMA has a sticker on, and that's something you never had to do before. How are we getting this information out?
Thank you for the question. Two quick things just for level setting. So we do operate in partnership with the county through an interlocal agreement that delineates who does what. And what I always tell people right after that is don't worry about overlap. There is a clean line. And under that agreement, what the county takes on is anything that drains more than 1 square mile. And so I say that because the county actually does deal with the flood impacts right along the Catawba River, because that's draining basically at least 2/3 of the county. So they operate the program that tries to do floodplain buyouts, first of all, and that's been a successful model nationally. So one way that can happen is through the county's work with those property owners to offer them, if they want, to be bought out of those properties so they're taken out of that high flood risk zone altogether. But the other thing that happens is your question is about how do people know about this opportunity through the CRS program. The county right now is in the process of doing that notification. They collaborate with us, they get our input, and they basically are trying to reach out to everyone who is already in their database as well as anyone that we think through our data might be at risk of flooding.
So do we have any cross-reference with FEMA? Because I am aware that the county has worked in partnership for buyouts. The challenge is, again, communities on the backside of where the actual impact happened. That's what I'm seeing on Nextdoor, for lack of a better word, where people are asking questions regarding, hey, this wasn't actually in our neighborhood, so off of Mount Holly, Huntersville Road, the areas there between Mount Holly and Huntersville Road, from Bellhaven back up to Mount Holly Road, they now are getting notifications saying, hey, you're now listed under a FEMA staff, but they're not actually a part of that. So is there, and I don't know, the answer might be no. I was just wondering if there's any collaboration to just, how do we make people aware?
Yeah, so FEMA does rely on us locally.
Okay.
At the federal level, they're not able to sort of know what we know on the ground. And so the role we try to play is to help them make those connections. So again, we are collaborating with the county to try to take what we collectively know to get that information out to people. But what I can do is I can also arm you with some other information if you want to have it and want to share it.
That would be very helpful. And if we jump back or jump forward to 21, where we're looking at the UDO and the ordinance, I want to say thank you for that first bullet that allows us to review all new developments, because that has been a question for a number of years. And Ms. Charles, I kill you on this one, and I know it because I'm constantly asking, okay, how is this new development that is creating impact where I've been here 25 years, never had any problems? They built this new thing around the corner, now I have sinkholes in my backyard. So I appreciate that part, but I am still gonna ask a question about these dollars. When we go to 23, we say we are now in 100 counties. How are we dispersing this? Because we can look at our tax bills, and we have it right here. This is that bill that consistently goes up, and we can say that for 90% of single-family ratepayers, it's only $1. That dollar adds up. We are already seeing major impacts in communities, so more people are moving here. Regular math, we know, doesn't work anymore. Regular math will say if we got more people coming in, then those who have been here should see a slight reduction because it's now being spread further. That is not exactly how this is working out. So help me understand this piece so that when we go to a community, and community is asking, with all these new people that's coming into our area, with an anticipated 100,000 more wanting to come to our beautiful city, how do we explain this consistent increases when we are having to distribute to so many others in need? And how do we ensure that we are not putting the greatest burden on those who have the most obstacles?
I'm happy to try. Yeah, I mean, just for context, there will be. Yeah, so the reason I'm jumping in is just because this is purely stormwater, and these answers may apply also to other funds. But I mean, the way I kind of simplistically think about the numbers on this, on any given year, we are going to be combating inflation, and it runs about 3% historically on average. We're a little higher than that lately. The other thing we are dealing with is the the level of production that we need to keep up with the rate at which the system is tending to fail, the infrastructure system, we need to be able to pick up the pace. Remember I showed you that chart where it's a little bit low and then it jumps up? That is aging infrastructure doing its thing. So what we want to do is get value. We can't leave a system where there is flooding that is creating these secondary impacts that's damaging properties because we're not taking care of that infrastructure, because that has real impacts to those same people. So for us, the eye is always on, are we getting the most out of what we get with the dollars? And for me, a good baseline is trying to fly that plane steady at about 4%. And I acknowledge this is a little bit higher than that as a one-time for this year. We would hope to get that back down, but because we're always mindful that, you're right, $1 doesn't seem like a lot, but it adds up.
So, Ms. Charles, you probably can help break this down more later, if not right now, but I also trying to figure out, we are approving a lot of multi-family units.
Right.
That is a whole different conversation with all of that piping coming out versus that homeowner. I mean, the reality is we are
Single-family
losing
versus-
single family, we are
Right.
losing single family
Right.
owner occupied.
Right, we're growing
And getting more
differently.
multi.
We're growing differently.
And how does that impact? Because I would think we will see a reduction over here because you should be paying a higher rate for that multifamily and the impact that it is having versus, and I don't know if that's necessarily how we
Yeah,
do it.
the connection fee is different, and then the system development fee is different, because when you tap on, you're buying into an already existing system. And so those fees there are different. Now, in terms of how we are growing denser, but the number of connections that Charlotte Water is growing by within the city of Charlotte proper is not growing as fast as it used to. So in our rate model, and that's part of why, and I love the way Mike said he kind of likes a level plane. The way our financial model works is that we have moderate, smaller increases to support our financial plan so that we can continually invest into the utility system, and that's water, wastewater, and stormwater. And so there isn't necessarily that where you're getting all these people, you're saving a lot of money here. What I always say is, the average bill is about $75 a month. So we're growing at $75 a month. So it's not that large offset, but what happens is that over the long term, we have more people paying into the utility system because we're cost of service. Okay, so when with $1 on the water and wastewater side is more like $5. Okay, $5.63, right? And so in there, what we're trying to do is, invest in that system, keep the financial model viable, and be able to serve the way we need to, because it is cost of service. What it is going to cost us, right, to have this utility system and to deliver. We were just talking this week. Think of the engineering. Think of the engineering and expertise for 1.2 million people to turn on their tap when they want to. Not when we want to, but when the consumer desires. And so the system has to be designed to support that. So it is reinvestment. The $1 that Mike is talking about is really reinvestment. Yes, a part of it is capacity, and I hear you. I hear you right here in my ear, okay, because we've talked about it. But the other part of it is maintaining what we have. Mike talked about the asset management philosophy, where we've gone from the surge that Councilmember Esmera was complimenting him on. We're going from the surge to asset management. And it just takes the continual investment. Our role as leaders is to when we come before you, we have scrubbed it. We are coming forth with the lowest rate that we feel like will support the operation. Okay? It's cost of service.
So
You want me to
that was a-
move on, because Marie's gone?
Ms. Charles, I
Yes.
think that was a very detailed response. We appreciate it. I want to be mindful of time
Okay,
here.
yes, ma'am.
We want to dedicate at least 35 minutes
Okay, so you want me to skip
to the second topic. So
Okay.
do you think 10 minutes would be enough for
I
the
can.
next 13 slides?
I can, yes, and I'll just hit the highlights, okay? And you guys tap me when I'm like 2 minutes away. Okay, so we've covered the vision, keep going to the next. The whole point here is that the Water and Wastewater Fund continues to be AAA rated. FY '24, we invested $507 million in our community, and just a reminder, a gallon of water is less than 3 cents. We serve over 1.2 million people. This is a new map. This shows you where your water goes. So when we say Charlotte Water is a regional utility, you can see how far our reach is into other counties due to the interlocal agreements and sales agreements that we have. The Gaston County piece will begin this year with the Mount Holly Pump Station. If you look southwest, that'll be Belmont. And then, of course, you know, we also reach into South Carolina. But that gives you a feel for where does the water go, the agreements we have, and how we're truly a regional system. Keep moving. Keep moving. Accomplishments, Little Sugar Creek sewer improvements. You all have seen the Pearl Medical campus, Charlotte Water, Stormwater, and Atrium were in partnership to pull that off. We're very proud of that. Next slide. Mallet Creek, this is in Councilmember Johnson's district. We have a project now going on. We're going from 13.1 million to 16 million to serve the university in Northeast Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Anticipated completion is in 2026. That's a $113 million project. Helping our neighbors, I talked about Asheville, keep going. Renew Brew, what I want you to get from this slide is that when we talked about making beer out of recycled water, there were many people who laughed, okay? This is innovation. Those circles represent stores in the state of North Carolina who are now carrying Renew Brew. Once we figure out the distribution of QC water, I hope it'll be another revenue source to offset the utility, okay? That's Renew Brew. Research and development, we have a hydrocyclone pilot at McDowell Creek plant, a Nevada pilot at Sugar Creek. What's the bottom line? The bottom line is that innovation is important in the water and wastewater industry. And so if we can complete pilots that will help us with capacity and reduce costs, we have staff that's doing that, and I want you all to know that we just don't come to work every day to do the same thing, that we take pride at being out there on the edge, and I'm very proud of our folks. The Stowe facility is the largest project in the history of Charlotte Water. It has national attention, also attention from the state of North Carolina. We are reinforcing partnerships in the region. So let's keep going. Being Skip Clark Creek. Elevated storage tank. This is on Statesville and Sunset Road. We're very, very proud. It's been many, many years since Charlotte Water has completed an elevated storage tank for resiliency and reinforcement of our distribution system. That was completed in FY24. The people behind water. I love water, but I love the people better. But if you, I love them more. If you look at all of the certifications and designations that's required to run a water system, it's nothing short of phenomenal. The other thing I want you to get is that we are ISO certified like private companies. We have people come in and audit us and look at our processes. Okay, so we're very continuous improvement driven apprenticeship. So how do we keep the pipeline going? Since FY20, we've had 100 participants in our apprenticeship program, and 68 of them are still employed in the water and wastewater industry. Very, very proud that even during COVID, Charlotte Water kept the apprenticeship program going, and we want to see that grow even more and more. Economic, we are the silent economic driver in our region. For every $1 spent, for every 1 million spent, 10 plus jobs are created in our community. For every 1 million spent, 15.2 million in economic growth just in our community. If you look in the 6-county region, for every 1 million spent, 261,000 jobs are created in water-dependent industries. And for economic output, that's 48.5 billion. That's 1 year. That's not overtime. That is 1 year. That's why we are the silent economic driver in the region. Okay, let's talk about the budget here. Proposed budget is $644.6 million, 42% dedicated to operating, 58% dedicated to capital. This is your the answer to your question, Councilmember Ashmera. 33% of the capital program is dedicated to rehab and replacement of the existing system. Vacancies, recruitment and retention, we constantly are working on that. Rate pressures, the financial challenges, rate pressures, credit rating criteria, balancing affordability with capital needs and costs, tariff proposals, metals. We use a lot of metals in Charlotte Water. You think we are equipment heavy, so we know that there will be increases in the then inflation in construction. Dr. E explained at you all's retreat, the cost of doing business is going up, absolutely. And then you've got the cost of metals going up. There will be a direct impact on water. PFAS, this is the bottom line. Bottom line, we have good source waters. We are very, very fortunate. So anything that we've detected is well below the limit, or we haven't detected at all. There are 70 different PFAS substances, I'm going to call them substances, that we've been testing for. We've been monitoring since 2013. So before PFAS was popular, right? Charlotte Water was already monitoring. Now, what are we doing about it? What you have here is a picture that is equipment. We are one of the few in the Southeast to be able to do internal PFAS monitoring, all right? So this is our philosophy. No matter what the regulations are or how they change, we can't hold our heads in the sand, right? We want to know the content and any issues with our water supply. So that's why you don't see us implementing treatment technologies for PFAS now, because our source waters aren't showing that we have a problem with PFAS. Now, PFAS is expensive, very high level estimate. One technology would be over $100 million, another technology would be over $300 million to implement. So we have to have a trigger before we say this is something that we need to try to get out of our water system when we don't have it. You follow me? Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm not coming before you to say we need to increase the capital program for PFAS. We're going to take that money, invest it in our system, but also monitor and have the equipment to test and be able to see what we're getting from our source waters. Okay, so this is where we are to support our financial targets, greater than 250 days of cash on hand, 2 times debt service, 40% pay-go. We are somewhere between 5.75 and 7%. That is on the high end. That is $5.63 per month for 79% of Charlotte Water ratepayers or less. So the way that works, I have a chart that'll show it to you because it works different from the stormwater. Stormwater is a flat fee. Water is not. Water is based on usage. Next slide, I think I can show it. So you see where it says $5.63. That is for a 7 CCF customer. That's over 5,000 gallons a month. That is a lot of water. Well, if you are a 2 CCF customer, that's what I am, that is a $3.06 increase per month. So it's really based on the amount of water that a person uses. That'll be what the increase will be, okay? Okay, well, that's fine. We can go to the next one. Okay, affordability. If you look at the benchmarking with Charlotte Water, how do we compare to other large utilities? We're the 13th largest in the country. Charlotte Water is in the lower tier here based on the FY25 rates that we have. That's the most recent data. You can see we compare very favorably. If you look here, we did more of a regional analysis, and we are dead in the middle. This is what people are actually paying. These are bills from our neighbors. And so the reason why Jacksonville, Florida is on here, we are between Washington Suburban and Jacksonville, Florida as Charlotte Water. There is no other utility like us. Okay, so that's why Jacksonville, Florida is on there. The other thing about the Florida utilities, they wholesale a lot. That's how they help manage rates. Okay, they wholesale a lot, and so we wholesale some, and we're getting there. All right, this is another analysis, all right, on rate increase. OCL is outside city limits. ICL is inside city limits. Utilities are different depending on where they are. In Charlotte, we have the same rate. It doesn't matter. We're a regional utility. Everybody has the same rate. So you can look at, I don't want to pick on Raleigh, but they're looking at, you know, a 3.8%, but you're outside the city limits, you got a $160 water bill. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So that's how come when you really look at the data, you really have to look at it and see what it's telling you. What I am submitting to you is that we are affordable. We are affordable. Okay, Councilmember Mayfield, I started this chart years ago for you. All right, and so this is the AMI chart, and basically this is what it says. All right, the target from EPA and UNC Chapel Hill is that a wastewater bill should be no more than 4.5% of a person's household income. All right, and so what this chart says is that you would have to be 20% AMI in our community, and you have to be using over 5,000 gallons of water a month before your water bill, or for your water bill to be over 4.5% of your income. And I think the actual percentage is 4.87. I submit to you that we're a little bit better than that because we don't have FY26 AMI. We have FY25 AMI. Okay, so that's conservative. This is my last slide here. I talked about the Helping Hands Outreach H2O Foundation. This is not a new concept. Utilities our size in the nation, many of them are working communities where there is a nonprofit for water. DC Water, Washington Suburban, Birmingham Water Works, Louisville Water Company, Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, JEA, Jacksonville, Florida, all have some type of profit. We have restrictions in the state of North Carolina. I believe these restrictions do not negate us from having some type of nonprofit. So that's a picture of our first board meeting. You may recognize some of the faces. I will have to pull out of it, and other members of Charlotte Water will. But the whole objective is that we're trying to streamline it. If you have a barrier to paying your water, wastewater, stormwater bill, we want to have a place, one place in our community where people can go. This is a lesson for COVID. In COVID, we had churches, we had different nonprofits, we had people going to DSS, not streamlined, okay? We're trying to streamline it here, and so this is Helping Hands Outreach. And I think that's it, and I hope I'm not too, did I do it, Marie?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you
Miss.
for your time. Can I end with the employees of Charlotte Water? This shirt I have on was their design. It is Women's History Month. I have on all of my pins. I would not be Women's History in our community if it was not for the people of Charlotte Water. So I want to say thank you to them because they are the reason why we're such a great organization.
Thank you, Ms. Charles. Thank you so much. I appreciate your team's work in staying ahead and continuing to provide our city residents safe water, award-winning water, which
you.
I'm very proud of. I know in Brunswick County, which I had sent you an article
Right.
about, and other counties across the nation have implemented PFAS water treatment system.
Right.
Is that because of the source of their water where they found PFAS?
Absolutely. They had industrial companies
Right.
to discharge upstream. Greensboro, same thing, had Cone Mills. Cape Fear,
Right.
Wilmington, Gen X, that's what it is. And so they're having to remove that
Right.
from their source waters. We're very, very fortunate. Our source waters come up right above Lake James, which is in Morganton, okay? And the water flows down from there, you know, through the Catawba River here. We're super fortunate that we are not dealing with what folks down east are dealing with in terms of PFAS and across the nation. But it does have to do with your source waters, what is coming into that utility. The cleaner it is, the more economically we can deliver our product. The dirtier it is, the more it costs us to deliver.
Right. Yes,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so in terms of the PFAS regulations that were
Right.
implemented under the Biden administration, we are still way ahead in terms of meeting those standards.
We are.
Even though there were some rollbacks, there are some in pipeline, we are continuing to be
Exceed.
excelling in all those standards.
Absolutely, and when the standards came out, we already met them because we had no
Right.
detects
Right.
or detects below. And that's for 70 different compounds. There are thousands of different compounds. And I've got Dr. Kimball in here somewhere behind me. Dr. Campbell, that's Dr. Kimball, okay? She's over the lab. She can talk all the technical stuff. But it's in the environment.
Got it.
It's in the environment. But in terms of what water systems have to do in terms of monitoring and delivering, we don't have an issue now, but we are monitoring because maybe there'll be one of those upteen thousands that we get a hit on. We want to be prepared and have then whoever's director at that time will be coming forth with this will be the solution.
Got it.
Because that'll be years down the road.
I appreciate your leadership and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, next we have our MWSBE participation in capital projects.
Is no one going to ask about Mike Davis's beard? Are you training for a reality show of some kind?
So, So would you be presenting, or Mr. Cocker? Who is presenting? Okay, Steve, okay. So thank you for General Services and our CBI team working with us to develop this plan. So let's go ahead, Mr. Cocker.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, and staff. We're going to make this I think, a fairly quick presentation. It's a lot of review. There are a couple new things that we've added that we wanted to bring attention to, but I will, as I say, let the games begin. The key discussion points that I want to raise up right at the beginning of this are things that we heard in the last committee meeting on February 3rd. Those four things were expanding outreach strategy, and the specific request was that the committee requested that CBI share an expanded outreach strategy for engaging MWSBEs. CBI will provide a modified outreach strategy to the committee. We're moving in a good direction there, and so you'll be able to see that. Second one, creating additional work processes. Specifically, committee suggested development of a goal-setting committee and waiver committee. And so where legally permissible, CBI will develop recommendations for each requested work task and provide to BGIR committee. Third, strengthening accountability for good faith efforts. The specific request there was the emphasis for the need for more transparency in tracking contracts that failed to meet MWSBE participation goals despite being deemed compliant under good faith effort policies. And so our action moving forward would be, as authorized by law, CBI to include tracking and analysis of projects that fall short of goals, as well as strengthening the definition, the words, of good faith efforts. And then the fourth area was continuous monitoring and strategy adjustments. The request there was emphasize need for the quarterly reports and reviews of the data rather than the annual performance report. Our action there is that CBI will implement ongoing monitoring and present quarterly updates on goal achievement and areas for improvement. I'm going to go this slide because I think this should have came before the other. In introducing our work, again, it's a lot of review of what's occurred since this exercise was introduced to the committee by the mayor. We started out last May. We developed joint work by CBI as well as General Services. The BGI committee has been updated throughout the process. And then last month, we finalized the process by giving you a deeper dive in terms of what this process would look like. Obviously, this culminated with the drafting of the City of Charlotte MWSBE CIP Master Utilization Plan. That's for 2025. And the purpose of today's presentation is to just give you some summary on the key components of the plan and reinforce the committee's understanding for review and approval. Some of the objectives, which are more detailed in the document that I spoke of, is early engagement, and that's the identify scalable scopes and optimize procurement delivery methods, improve data-driven goal setting and forecasting, strengthen trust and transparent collaboration, and then the next one is project development, where we would, where legally permissible, unbundle large projects into smaller MWSBE-friendly contracts, create opportunities for subcontractors to assume prime contractor roles, and expand contractor capacity building initiatives. Relative to target outreach, we want to prioritize direct engagement with our MWSBEs and prime contractors, implement MWSBE-focused solicitation strategies, and then increase training and network opportunities where needed. And then the big one here is removing barriers. We want to strengthen business development support, and that would come through support with surety bonding, licensing, and technical assistance, increase MWSBE awareness through the procurement process, and partner with financial institutions for low-cost loans and the city's quick pay options. So got a lot here, and I'll move through it rather quickly. As it relates to measures and accountability, we want to make sure that contract performance metrics are served, and that's tracking the percentage of contracts meeting MWSBE participation goals, the total amount of MWSBE contractual spend, and that's basically tracking our spend, MWSBE growth and engagement. So these are a set of KPIs that are important to the committee as well as to the city, and that's a number of newly certified MWSBEs, those receiving technical assistance and training, those receiving prime contracts, and highlight the growth in capacity and ability to lead major projects. The next one would be the MWSBE utilization. That's where we track the percentage of our participation on CIP projects that measures the proportion of total project spending to certified firms. The number of events. These measures the number of events that our certified firms participating in for capacity building purposes, workshops, and mentorship opportunities. Then the number of MWSBEs receiving technical assistance or training. We want to implement a system whereby we document and analyze contracts that fail to meet our MWSBEs. And then again, going back to good faith efforts and tracking, where legally permissible, implement a tracking system to document and analyze the contracts that fail to meet MWSBE goals despite claiming good faith efforts, and ensuring transparency and accountability in evaluation process. And then new businesses certified, that's of course tracking the number of business successfully becoming certified as MWSBEs within a given fiscal year. And then all of this is really about removing barriers and tracking overall MWSBE participation in the contractor development programs. So the question begs, what are our next steps? Of course, we're presenting this information to you as a matter of follow-up on the work that we've done over the last several months. Of course, for the chair to be able to report this out tonight. And then March through December, that's where we really are going to dig deep, and we're going to implement all the actions that have been reflected in this master utilization plan, and then report back to council at year's end on the performance against the measures in the plan. I will say in conclusion that we put in a lot of work. It's been a major collaborative effort, not only with leadership from the city manager's office, but with you, with leadership from general services and of course CBI. This has been, I think, what is the definition of teamwork, and so we plan to do more. We plan to report and give you an update on how this is going, and we're going to turn it over to you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cocker. I appreciate all the work that has gone into this. It's certainly this, we have come a long way from where we were, and I appreciate you tackling each and every question that was asked by the committee member. With that, I will turn it over to committee members if there are any questions. There's no one online except. Do we have any questions online? No, ma'am. No. Do you have any questions? No. So it looks like we don't have any questions. Do I have a motion to adopt this plan?
Move to approve and adopt.
Second?
Is it just three of us?
Yes. Well, we have Councilmember Brown online. Okay, so we don't have anyone online?
So
Okay.
I'm going to oppose this for a variety of reasons, which I won't waste everyone's time with, but I don't want to do it for the sake of doing it and slowing it down here if you're going to move it forward to a larger group and other people that would have been here would have done it.
Yeah.
So how would you like me to proceed, Madam Chair?
I think Mr. Vice Chair would help. I understand you're not going to overall support this plan, so I think there will be an opportunity at the council meeting. This is just to move this forward.
Then I'll support that, but with the asterisk that I don't support it
Got it.
holistically.
All right, so all in favor? I'm sorry?
I mean, I'd rather just do it one time.
Yeah, you can do it at the dais if
Impossible.
you wish to do so. So it looks like, well, I'm also in support, so all in favor, please raise your hand. Noting that Councilmember Bukhari will be voting no at the dais.
He never approves anything related to business inclusion. That would be the same thing.
Welcome, welcome.
Studio, we're ready to go live.
And let them know.
Ready to go live.
Welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting for March. I am your chair, Victoria Watlington. I am joined by my awesome committee members and vice chair here, who I will allow to introduce themselves. Starting with our vice chair.
Luana Mayfield, Vice Chair. And back then, that way, okay. Councilmember Brown, committee member.
Councilmember Ajmera, committee member.
Thank you, ladies. And we are joined by our wonderful staff around the room, as well as a host of guests.
Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Jerry Green, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Anna Schloinis, City Attorney's Office.
Janine Simmons, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Thank you so much. Well, today we have a topic of extreme interest to us around the city, which is the minimum housing code. We've been doing some work on this referral for some time, and so we're looking forward to seeing an update. And as a part of the update, it just so happened, and I'm grateful for the indulgence of my committee members and staff, I thought it would be pertinent to allow my committee members to hear what I just heard, particularly because we have a couple of former District 3 members here. And exactly right. I was like, well, why not? Now is the time. And so I know it's near and dear to your hearts as well, especially with Councilmember Brown having been born right there or grown up right there in Southside homes. And so one of the projects that has been long plaguing us, if you will, is Brook Hill Village. And that project we know had a ton of minimum housing code violations. But gratefully today, I had an opportunity to go to Brook Hill and learn about an update of what's going on over there with a lot of the work that is happening. And so I thought it timely to allow the project team to come in and give us a quick update on what's happening in Brook Hill in light of some of the other work we're doing with minimum housing code, because they are really demonstrating what's possible as we think about how to turn things around in the city. So with that, I will turn it over briefly to Antoine Denard to talk us through some of the things that are going on.
Thank you, Dr. Watlington. Good afternoon, staff, and also council members. My name is Antoine Denard with Core Advisors. I represent the Griffin Brother Family Office for the Brook Hill project. And this is Mike Griffin, who represents the Griffin Brother Family Office. First and foremost, I just have to say thank you to this council, and especially Sean Heath. It was roughly almost 2 years ago that this council voted for the $3.5 million that was also matched by the county to continue the project at Brook Hill. So, but for that effort of Sean and council members, we would not sitting here in front of you today. So I just want to say thank you very much. And so what we also articulated to Councilwoman Brown and Dr. Watlington was our efforts to our long-term zoning preferences and also our goals, but also how can we program and activate the community in a short-term fashion. And so I'm also going to give Mike the opportunity to speak because it's his vision, his dollars from the family office that has been invested in Brook Hill, in addition to the city and the county, on what that may look like. So, Mike.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for your time. And I also want to recognize Councilmember Brown for coming out and hearing this story not so many weeks ago, a couple weeks ago. Can't thank the city and the county enough to allow us to be a part of this. It was 3 years ago and 2 days that we took over Brook Hill. At that time, there were 350 units, about 100 families, so it was 250 units that were emptied and had a lot of chronic issues. So now I'm proud to say that we have 89 fully renovated units. The rest of the units have been demoed, and now we are on the cusp of looking to redevelop the property, and we're super excited about that. So even more excited, we're hoping by March 31st to donate the 9.25 acres, which is approximately 25% of the property, to the Harvest Center, a wonderful charity that really focuses on the situational homeless challenges in our community. And they're moving their headquarters there. They're building a $7 million worth of facilities and hope to be in there by the end of December. And of course, the airport's growing, so the airport will take their land over now. So it's kind of a win-win relationship situation. So we're super excited to have that done. And then we're really excited that hopefully in 2025, we'll have the ability to do what I would call pop-up community benefits, farmers markets, games as far as, just fun things to do, food court, a food truck collectives, do a lot of things there during this 2025 that are temporary, but at the same time, just start creating some community enrichment around Brook Hill. Could not be happier with the partnership we have with Harvest Center. They've been managing Brook Hill really for the whole first 3 years. They've done a wonderful job, and really looking forward to bringing their clients to the property too. So I guess in summary, we're at this wonderful opportunity. We now have renovated units, a very stabilized community. Our legacy families, there's approximately 70 there. Harvest Center's already done a wonderful job enriching and working with the community there. And when they bring their clients in January, it's going to be really 89 fully renovated, fully occupied units, and they'll be planning to build at least 12 more. So there'll be more in the future. So any questions, or that was kind of the update?
And just to add to that briefly, we've been working with staff on how do we create an overlay for the rezoning and planning for Brook Hill Village. So that's our long-term goal, but as a short-term goal, it's how do we create a temporary use until we're able to get it rezoned. And so again, we're working with staff in that effort, if you will, to get that accomplished, because in our early leasing and talking with partners and potential retail clients to come and actually develop with us in Brook Hill, there is a perception of Brook Hill that is unjust. And so how do we create some short-term, to Mike's point, pop-ups and things that we can do to kind of change the programming activity within Brook Hill that ultimately changes the perception? So, you know, there is a long-term goal, but there's also a short-term goal that we can also use as a fix to change the perception and get us to our end goal that I think we all be proud of.
Thank you for the update. I'll just go down the line and see if anybody had any questions or comments or anything that they wanted to.
Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate you coming in again. It's good to see you again. Representation from the Griffin Brothers. I had my questions already. Y'all know who I am. No, nothing changed because we're in a different room. I was very pleased with the information that I heard. I want to make sure that, you know, that the culture stays and we keep the heart and soul over there. And the unjust part is definitely true. So I appreciate you bringing in some of the crafty things that you're trying to do, thinking outside of the box so that people understand that they're loved, no matter what zip code you're born in. And so I appreciate the fact that you hear me when I say that even though they're born in a zip code doesn't mean that they have to mentally stay there. So I appreciate the project, the way that it is growing. And, you know, I got to represent for the people because the West Side is the best side. Always will be. All right. Thank you, Councilman Brown. I yield to my team.
I'll have questions maybe later on when staff does their presentation. But at this point, I'm good. Thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thank y'all so much. We appreciate it. Hi, Councilmember Graham. So again, just a quick update on something, quick update on the project of what can be possible when we talk about minimum housing code. So we look forward to hearing more from them in the future. But with that, I'll turn it over to Director Hebner.
Yeah.
All right. So today is installment 3 of 3, dare I say. I watched the committee meetings today, and a lot of things got settled and moved on to council. So next slide, please. So we're here to talk about the minimum housing code referral, but also to provide staff's recommendations. We will give you the opportunity to discuss, because again, this is a one topic meeting once again, and then you'll have an option to decide if you want more information or if this will go forward to City Council. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the mayor's referral on minimum housing code came out in late November. And you first heard about this on January 6th and again on February 3rd. And depending on our discussion today and your decisions today, we can discuss again in the April Housing Safety and Community Committee or send it forward to City Council in the April-May timeframe. Next slide. As a reminder, we've been deep in this for a couple of months, but the essential policy question here is what is needed to strengthen the city's ability to ensure safe housing, in particular for hotel, motel, lodging establishments, and multifamily apartment communities. Next slide. Just as a visual here, the things that we have walked through together over the last couple of meetings. In January, we talked about the referral overview. We talked a lot about the minimum housing code itself, what it includes, what are the enforcement tools that are available, what are the pros and cons of those enforcement tools. We looked at the data on housing code cases, that especially ones that had been open for a long time. In February, we talked about best practices and benchmarks from other NC cities. We did a deep dive into the case studies around Tanglewood Apartments and the Lamplighter Motel. We talked a little bit about the work we had been doing around community engagement. And then today, we're going to talk through some additional insights and feedback that we received from the community as part of that engagement, and then share staff's recommendations, and then turn it over to you all. Next slide, please. This is a slide that you saw in the February committee meeting. It was a set of initial stakeholder insights at that time, and we kept it in word for word because the additional stakeholder insights that we received were also in alignment with this. And then we have some even more detail on the next couple of slides. But this was information that we gathered when we first started talking to our advocate partners and our industry partners, many of whom are in the room today. So we had several conversations with the team at Action NC and OneMec and the Redress Movement and Greater Charlotte Apartment Association. We had a community input meeting where additional folks were invited. And then we had a resident meeting planned, and unfortunately it was the night that it snowed. So we canceled the resident meeting, but many thanks to our partners at Action NC. They're here somewhere, I think. Directly behind me, Jessica Moreno and Robert Dawkins and the team at Action NC, who were able to collect resident testimonials so that you can hear directly from residents who were impacted by displacement. We knew that was really important to you, and we didn't want to let the snow stand in the way of making sure that you got that feedback. So again, I won't go through each of these, but I would kind of emphasize 5, 6, and 7 here, because Jerry's going to talk to you more about things that are related to 1 through 4. But we really found that we have a lot of partners and a lot of partners doing good work, but there are opportunities to strengthen that ecosystem of partnerships and services. The issues cannot be solved with code enforcement alone, but we have a lot of opportunities to address issues more proactively and more holistically, in addition to stronger code enforcement, which we have a recommendation about for you today. And then I'll just emphasize on number 7, because you have already made significant investments in affordable housing and anti-displacement strategy, it creates capacity for stronger code enforcement action without necessarily needing new resources. So we'll talk to you at the end of this presentation about how we plan to activate on the recommendations should you approve them. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jerry.
So as Rebecca mentioned, we met with several different groups to talk about strengthening code enforcement throughout this process. Some of the themes out of those meetings were from our advocate partners. The first one was require air conditioning equipment, provide resources for mold testing, edit the ordinance language around placard requirements for NREM, pair rental subsidies with relocation support, and various other process recommendations that came out of those meetings with our advocate partners. With the industry partners, they wanted to strengthen enforcement for non-compliant owners without penalizing owners that are acting in good faith. Ensure occupant responsibilities are met, and require resident notification of maintenance needs to the property management or owner, and to mitigate any cost impact of additional requirements as those may show up in the utility and rent. With our ecosystem partners, significant safety and health impacts to residents, financial burden of displacement and relocation, including higher rents, and a strain of mass displacement versus working with households and relocation as problems arise. Next slide. Now, these are some of our resident testimonials that Rebecca mentioned. Obviously, we couldn't have the meeting because of the snow, but these are some of the issues that they brought up in their testimonials. The first one is poor conditions, understaffed or BAPS, and then some of the resources that they advised they would need going forward: temporary relocation, doing repairs, emergency funding, help securing jobs and housing, credit repair, and eviction debt. Next. Now, these general updates are already in process or completed. We need to continue to strengthen our partnerships, develop mechanisms for feedback, update our parameters for enhanced multifamily inspections. One of those enhancements we would like to do is to decrease the percentage from 15 to 10% of properties. That'll give us a better opportunity to get on to properties before they would cause any problems or anything. Data and internal process fixes, and then to establish a better process for early identification of challenges with income-restricted properties. So these are the staff recommendations. The first one is to move forward with the interim process and injunctive relief. We don't feel there is a need for any ordinance changes at this time. We feel like we can use and leverage the tools that we already have in our tool belt. Strengthen our partnerships within the ecosystem, and then also future state policy issues. I know I mentioned at one of our previous meetings about us having conversations with other larger cities within North Carolina, and we all have some of the same similar situations. So we feel like this is a conversation that may need to be held at the state level. That way we can strengthen code enforcement not only in Charlotte but throughout the state to hold non-compliant owners accountable. Next slide. So as I said, we would like to move forward and advance the process to complete the interim repairs. One of the first things we need to do is procure for services, including project management, general contracting, repair work, and tenant relocation services. We will bring those interim repair orders forward for city council action. Currently in section 1137, we have the ability to do remedial action for imminently dangerous conditions related to heating and plumbing. So that's another thing that's already in our tool belt that we can utilize. And then lastly on this slide, City Attorney's Office will take an enhanced role in the code enforcement process by providing representation in environmental court and notification of pending actions in injunctive relief, determination, and action. So from this, our recommended action is to direct staff to advance the new processes for the interim repair and injunctive relief. Next slide. So this is a slide that we've shown you previously, how we want to bring it back to kind of level set to show how it works and also to highlight again some of the challenges that we may encounter. So I won't go through all those bullets as we went through those before, but we wanted to include this in the PowerPoint today, just so, like I said, we could level set to talk about how it works again, but also recognize the challenges that may be presented. In regards to mold testing, currently the ordinance addresses conditions that create mold, such as leaks, ventilation, unsanitary conditions, and there are no established guidelines that regulate or identify mold when it becomes a health issue. Mecklenburg County and the CDC both recommend immediate remediation, but do not recommend air testing. What we would like to do is to continue to address the conditions that create mold and to continue our referral for relocation when a resident provides documentation of any health impacts. So recommended action for this slide, no ordinance changes, but provide funding for a legal assistance pilot for mold testing. Next slide. Require air conditioning equipment. The city, we're all for requiring air conditioning equipment, but currently the ordinance requires that when cooling facilities are provided, they shall be operable and maintained, but this does not require air conditioning equipment. So that's something that we are in favor of. but we wanted to align with our strategic energy action plan. We need to quantify the potential scope and impact that it's going to have on single-family residents, because those are going to be most impacted. And pair any weatherization upgrades with AC installation. We feel those two go hand in hand. You shouldn't do one without the other. And identify funding and partnership support. So for this one, our recommended action is no ordinance changes, but we do feel we need further evaluation of the air conditioning requirement, just so we can really understand what the potential impacts would be for residents going forward.
All right, so we'll touch on these again, but the next two pieces of this are recommendations around the partnership ecosystem and then future state policy issues. And so you'll see that there are a lot of recommendations on this slide about opportunities to leverage our current efforts and our current funding to enhance the partnership ecosystem. So we heard you loud and clear. We heard our partners loud and clear, our advocate partners and our residents who are asking for stronger code enforcement, and even our industry partners who are in agreement that we should be leveraging the tools that are already in our toolbox. And so as complement to stronger code enforcement, we recommend some strengthening in the partnership ecosystem. So the first item, as Jerry mentioned, is to fund a legal assistance pilot for mold testing. So one of the proposals that you all received from OneMech and Action NC and the redress movement was around mold testing. And as Jerry shared, since there are no standards or regulations that the city can measure against, we don't recommend that the city or code enforcement actually conduct that air testing. But a pilot, a little bit of funding for a legal assistance partner would help us better understand when air testing is valuable, and if that has any impact on getting better outcomes for our residents. So we recommend moving that forward as a pilot. A couple of things on here that are really related to our internal processes, but I think are worth raising, just to share some of the conversation that we've had with partners. We have an opportunity to conduct tenant screening, essentially for their general needs and need for support or resources. This can be done at the time of the initial intake with 311, or even at the first inspection with a code inspector. So this would be a very short number of questions that our staff can ask that then go into a system and automatically submit residents for resource and referral to our partners. So you may have heard us talking in the past about a new tool called Civiform that the city's getting ready to launch. This idea was partly born out of the Staying in Place pilot, while we were looking at how do we better serve our residents more holistically at any moment when we're interacting with them. So it may be that they're calling about code enforcement, but it's an opportunity to learn if they have other needs, whether they're workforce development needs, job placement, or childcare, and automatically refer residents to our partners who are supporting that. Again, just another opportunity to more holistically support our residents at any given interaction. We also think there's a great opportunity to update our When You Rent handbook in partnership with Community Relations Committee, but also to do an education and awareness campaign to share with our residents how to report, when to report, what will happen when they talk to a code inspector, and also to work with our partners to help residents have a trusted intermediary when needed, because there is, and we've heard from our residents directly, a real fear of retaliation when they report incidents to code enforcement. So sometimes we hear about conditions, but we don't actually have an opportunity to inspect the unit because of that fear. So part of this campaign would be working with our partners who are trusted by the community to help connect those dots. We've also been asked to post a list of locations and owners with frequent violations. This one's easy because we already put this information out on the open data portal. And so all we need to do here is make some updates to the format to help it be better able to understand and digest. The next item on here is supporting neighborhood organizations within apartment communities. So we've talked about this in a number of settings. We've talked about it when we've mentioned our efforts around neighbors building neighborhoods, like we're doing out at Little Rock. And in fact, we have a group of residents here today from Archdale Seniors who are an amazing example of this, because they are a very active and organized and engaged council within an apartment community, and they have recently applied for a neighborhood matching grant with the city. And so what this will enable us to do is build those stronger relationships with residents, help them achieve their goals, and connect them to city resources beyond code enforcement. The next part of the partnership ecosystem, again, we've heard you loud and clear, is connecting affordable housing prioritization and unit set-asides to the relocation process. So within your affordable housing funding policy that was adopted last September, you included housing prioritization and a requirement for set-aside units. You already do this within your NOAAs, but the housing funding policy expanded that to the entire body of investment from the Housing Trust Fund. And so what we're proposing here is just to get better connected and better coordinated. We already have a partner who is managing the set-asides, and in the future, as that expands, we will be able to connect residents who need to relocate because of code enforcement to units that have already been funded by your investments. The next piece is related, which is working with our partners to share inspection and enforcement information. So one of the things, I don't think we called out specifically, but we talked with our our inspectors, the team of staff who are on the ground in apartments and homes doing housing inspections every day. And one of the things that came out of that conversation, a lot of the data and process fixes that Jerry referenced came out of that conversation. Sometimes staff know exactly what needs to be done, right? So it was a good opportunity to hear from them. But we know, and this was certainly the case at Tanglewood, our partners with Housing Collaborative and Enlivian and Roof Above were placing residents at Tanglewood because they are a property provider in that system, and who accept vouchers and other rental subsidies. And so we have an opportunity, they do inspections at the front end and periodically. We're out there doing inspections. So we see this as a huge opportunity. As one of our inspectors says, we have to hit them in the pocketbook or they're never going to change. So and I'll say, yes, I've heard that also in this room. So I think that's a great opportunity for us and something that we can advance just as part of the partnership ecosystem. And then the last one on here is really about developing new financing tools for multifamily rehab loans. This is something that we have never really gotten quite right. And there are a lot of reasons why our market rate our NOAA providers essentially would not want to accept funding from the city, but we do know that we need a whole range of tools, not just enforcement, but incentives. So we have a little bit more work to do to get this one right. So essentially, our recommendation here is that we leverage current efforts and funding to enhance the partnership ecosystem. So next slide, please. I want to just talk a little bit about what those current efforts and fundings look like. So we do have sufficient resources in place currently to advance the primary recommendation of this referral, which is to move forward with the in-rem repair process and support the partnership ecosystem. So through your annual budget each year, City Council allocates funding for code enforcement and for NREM that has historically been used for NREM demolition, and our proposal is to use those same funds for NREM repair. Now, one of the impacts that we may see is having to prioritize some of our code enforcement staff resources. So with doing this with our existing capacity, what we may see, and again, this is may, depending on what the level of effort is required in NREM repair, but there may be times when we have to shift our internal capacity to housing code enforcement, which means we would adjust our response to lower impact nuisance violations. So we talked about this briefly in one of your other discussions on this topic, where we had already shared that we had been changing some of our proactive enforcement of low-impact nuisance violations, in particular curbside violations. So we are still responding to those, but we are not out proactively enforcing that. So those are the kind of examples of where at different times we may need to shift some of our capacity more towards the housing code enforcement. In terms of the costs of relocation that may be required as part of the NREM process, we propose to leverage your current displacement event funding and partnerships to really enhance the code-related relocation assistance. And that displacement event funding, it's almost as though we did this backwards, right? Where we got a whole partnership set up, funding for mass displacement events before we sorted out code enforcement and relocation. So we're proposing to correct for that by using some of that same funding and those same partnerships to better support residents who need to be relocated as part of this process. And that funding, I will just reference, is one-time federal funding that came through ERA2 and is must be expended by September of 2026. So it is certainly funding that we can use right now to enhance this process, but it has an expiration date. One thing that I will note is that in this approach of leveraging current efforts and funding, it does not provide for any additional rental subsidies. And so you may have seen in the proposals that were provided to you from our advocate partners, or as Jerry referenced on an earlier slide, one of the things that has come up time and again with our advocate partners as well as the residents is that they're asking that rental subsidies be paired with the relocation assistance, because the reason that many residents are in what would be substandard housing in the first place is that it often has a lower rent. And while we can provide relocation services to assist them with moving expenses and down payment, what's the word? Rental deposits. We do not have enough rental subsidies in the community to actually provide that at that time. And so even when we're able to relocate residents, sometimes they are then unable to afford the rent in a new location. with an approach of leveraging our current funding, we wouldn't be adding any rental subsidies. So this would still be a challenge at times. The city's primary funding source is your affordable housing bond, and as we've discussed, those funds cannot be used for rental subsidies. So it would require new funding in order to pair rental subsidies with relocation. So our proposal as a staff recommendation is to do a better job of connecting the relocation process to all of the current efforts. So that would include the new rental subsidies that you are creating when you approve NOAA rental subsidies. It includes the upstream rental assistance work that's going on in partnership with the county and United Way under the A Home for All umbrella. You all did put some funding into that pilot, which is going on right now. And then again, the housing prioritization and unit set-asides that I referenced earlier under your affordable housing funding policy. Next slide. So the last piece here is future state policy issues. As Jerry referenced.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you just go back when you said that can you clarify? Yeah, can you clarify what we approved, just?
Yes, an upstream rental assistance pilot.
Yes.
It was $500,000 of ERA2, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Can I mention one more thing?
Yeah, please.
So since the last conversations we've had on A Home for All, 2 committee conversations and 1 with full council, from that point forward, we have not programmed any additional funding for A Home for All because we made the commitment that we would come back for additional conversations.
Thank you.
It goes way back.
This was 2 years ago with ERA2.
So, so upstream rental, you're talking about the rental subsidy we had set as part.
So this goes all the way back to.
During the pandemic?
So during the pandemic, when rental assistance was being provided under ERA, then that was called the RAMP program, and that program wound down. And then with ERA2 funding, one of the recommendations that came out of that work was that we had an opportunity as a community to engage earlier with residents before they were served with a summary ejectment notice for eviction. And so that work is being advanced with that ERA2 funding. And again, this is probably 2 years ago at this point, but I can get that in detail out to you. So as Jerry referenced, we have an opportunity with other NC cities and with the NC League of Municipalities in the future to think about what are the opportunities to strengthen and clarify local enforcement authority. So as part of this process, Anna spoke with the attorney's offices in cities across the state. Jerry and his team spoke with the code enforcement staff in cities throughout the state, and everyone, I'm sorry.
I wasn't here during the COVID, quite obviously, right? But why was it the delay in the funding? Is there a reason why it's just now coming out?
No, this is funding that was committed several years ago.
Have they used it, or are you just talking about it to explain it, or it's going forward? That's what I'm trying to.
It's going forward, and the reason I referenced it is that it is it's something that the city has invested in, that is an opportunity for, when residents, when we engage with residents who, if they think about the slide about the partnership ecosystem, and we talked about, do we have an opportunity to do resource and referral earlier in the process? So one of the things that they could be referred to are resources around rental assistance. So that is a way to connect residents to the available resources before they receive an eviction notice.
All right. I'm a little confused, but I can speak with the committee members. I know if I'm confused, other folks got to be confused, but I'm going to ask if I don't understand.
Sure,
So I'm just trying to get a little bit of clarification on it. So people that are watching, I got a couple of messages trying to understand where it's coming from and how is it allocated and moving forward.
Sure. So, and we can certainly provide an update on that information to you.
Okay, but it was already approved prior to me getting here. In COVID, I wasn't here.
Yeah.
It had to be. All right.
So there's still some money left over in there?
Right, that's what I was asking.
Yeah,
You
and
said
it's,
about
and
500.
it's the funding, that was the initial allocation.
So the funds are gone. There's no more funding to be allocated out of there.
So there is funds in there that have been allocated to your mass displacement event protocol and response. So those are not exhausted, but they are earmarked for that work.
Okay, all right. So I just want to understand. Okay, thanks.
Yep, so what we're proposing is that some of those funds that are still existing can be better leveraged to provide relocation support and services to households one at a time, rather than waiting until there's a mass displacement event and trying to move everyone at the same time. So that's the reference there to those funds.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, all right. So that's looking backwards. So let's look forwards now to future state policy issues. There are a couple of items in particular that the Attorney's Office in Charlotte and across the state, as well as recommendations from our advocate partners, that where state policy could help create more opportunity for local enforcement authority. The first one, and we talked extensively about this here in committee, is a recommendation to declare minimum housing code violations civil penalties and automatic lien on the property. So as we discussed, civil penalties can accrue, and then the city has to go through a collection process, and often those funds are not collected. In particular, if an owner sells a property, and then those civil penalties follow the owner instead of staying attached to the property as a lien. And so this is a change that would be required under state policy, because right now the civil penalties are not, you're not able to lien them against a property. The other pieces here are really some items around clarifying the city's authority, so clarifying the city's possessory interest in the property, which would give cities a little bit more cover than we have currently, and then some recommended changes to the receivership statute. And so the recommendation here is that our city attorney's office would partner with North Carolina League of Municipalities and the other NC cities, as well as the range of stakeholders that would be involved, to further these conversations and bring back to you a recommendation at a future time. And really, future time, if you talk to Dana in this setting, future time is the next long session of the state legislature. So this really is a future looking item. However, we thought it was important to raise it today because we want to acknowledge that there are some real limitations to local authority that we think can be enhanced and strengthened in the future. Next slide. So just to summarize the recommendations that staff has brought forward today, the first one is we strongly agree that there's an opportunity for stronger enforcement using the in-rem repair tools and injunctive relief tools that are already in your ordinance. Our recommendation is that you direct us to advance and begin that work. We are not recommending any ordinance revisions at this time, although we recommend to advance a pilot for mold testing and some further evaluation of the air conditioning requirement. In particular, as that aligns with your other priorities, like the Strategic Energy Action Plan that you have been discussing. Then we recommend leveraging current funding and efforts to enhance the partnership ecosystem and directing the city attorney's office to continue evaluation of future state policy issues. Next slide. And so here we are at next steps. I'm sure there will be a lot of discussion under this first bullet, under the committee discussion piece, but that is the next step, committee discussion, and then action either today or in the future that would lead to a council discussion. And at that point, we can activate council's policy direction. The two pieces there are procurement for in-rem services and partnership contracts, and then bringing in-rem repair orders forward for council action. We will, of course, advance the additional evaluation that is needed and monitor and evaluate outcomes and provide any updates to council on progress as needed going forward. And with that, I will hand it back to you, Chair Watlington.
Thank you, ma'am, and I'll hand it right on over to Vice Chair Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll start here at the end and work our way back. If we can go back to slide 17. While we're doing that, thank you for all the work that you all have done. I am glad to see some of the language, but Anna, I have a couple of questions that I think you can help me better understand. So even when we look at this future state policy issues, we know the number one bullet is one of our biggest challenges is that we have privately held multifamily units out there, and those are, I'm not concerned with NOAA. We have authority there. It is these private entities that's causing a lot of challenges. So I'm trying to understand regarding the city's legal stance of us having the ability beyond just a lien. So if I don't pay my taxes, North Carolina General Assembly is going to put an automatic flag. So whenever I do file my taxes, they're going to make sure they get their money first. So when we're spending thousands of dollars and we add up whenever we have a mass displacement event, I understand that we need to go to Raleigh for legislative authority for us to have any stronger ability. But I really want to know, one, I think we can go before the long session, because I've already spoken to at least one of our representatives that is not of the same party as myself, who sees this as a clear no-brainer with protecting tax dollars. But are you not seeing a legal way for us to be able to hold them accountable for whatever that relocation fee is sooner than just putting a lien on the property?
So, I mean, it's a great question, and at best, it's a gray area, but you started out the example with if you haven't paid your taxes, well, that becomes an automatic lien on your property. That's clear. You don't pay your taxes, that's a lien. And frequently, our liens get paid back because the county actually forecloses on a tax lien. And so we then, whatever the leftover proceeds are, will go towards paying our demolition liens, and then whatever remainder goes to the owner. But there's nothing in the enabling legislation that talks about anything other than the actual correction of the violations. So it doesn't speak to what happens to the resident if the resident is, relocated temporarily or any of that. So for us to pursue those, there's very little legal foundation for pursuing that. I mean, there's no reason that you couldn't send a bill, but if the property owner or property manager were to not pay it, there's no guarantee that we would have very strong recourse in the court system to get that back. If the legislature were to make it clearer to both local government and to property owners that that is a potential outcome, then that would obviously make our position much stronger.
So what I think will be helpful for us is staff is already tracking this. So if staff were to basically pull the data together of the events where we've had to step in and outline all of those costs, it will be helpful from our legal department for you to provide some language so that we can try to get this to BGIR committee so that we can have a proposal of some specific recommended language that directly targets the impact. Because these are tax dollars that we are using to offset costs that were created by a private business. We can't have it both ways, where we say the public market is going to survive, but then government has to come in and subsidize this transition, and that public entity gets to just walk away. So if we can actually show the data of how this is impacting and be able to get some language of a specific recommendation that we can take to Raleigh, we may have an opportunity. There's an upcoming North Carolina State League dinner that's coming up where the conversations can start.
Well, and I think Rebecca alluded to this earlier. The larger cities in North Carolina are all struggling with this issue. So it's not just Charlotte that would like to see.
But I would like to see Charlotte
clarity.
be one of the ones to come up with language, because we are the leader in a lot of conversations, and we have been for generations. So here's just another time for us to be the leader in it versus waiting to see what other county may be able to do. But I want to have that out there to know that this is a very real conversation that we're attempting to have, and we will do what we need to do on our end to let the mayor know to get it referred to the correct committee. But having the data is going to help us move the conversation along, because this isn't a Republican or Democrat conversation. This is a tax dollar conversation, and we need to figure out a way to be compensated by this bad business. So it would be helpful for the legal department to provide us some specific language so that we can use. Can we go back one more? 16. So we were having a conversation regarding what was approved during the pandemic with a home for all. How much funding is actually available if we're talking about potentially using this upstream rental assistance? How much do we have left in that?
So there's funding that's still available in the contract with Crisis Assistance Ministry, who is our displacement event partner. And there is funding that is provided each year through a relocation contract with Community Link. And so that's annual funding that's allocated through CDBG dollars. And so what we're proposing is that at least
CDBG, our Community Development Block Grant.
Thank you for keeping me straight, Councilmember Brown. So Community Development Block Grant funding, which is one of our funding allocations from the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
But do we know how much is left?
Exactly.
The dollar amount that's left, I don't have a specific dollar amount, but I can provide
So
that
it
to
will be
you.
helpful if we're going to say that potentially this will be the line item that it comes from, because I know for me, I would not want something to come back and then there be an event and we say, well, we're going to need to tap some of this from trust funds. No, if we say we have funding in CDBG, it would be helpful to know what that is, because if we have 200,000, then that's what we have. If we got 75,000 left in there, then that's all we have. I want us to be as transparent as we possibly can regarding what is available so that there's not expectations. We just went to the community, and thankfully the community came out overwhelmingly and supported our trust fund ask of $100 million, where they've also already spent $90 million of it. So we want to make sure that when we're having this conversation, there's a realistic, in theory, as far as all the asks. Let me clarify, all the people that have been banking their project off of our $100 million, a good bit of it is already allocated in their mind. So I want to make sure that
Never
we're
mind,
talking.
but council has not made those allocations.
Yeah, we got another email today that I copied you on. So when we're looking at that, I want to make sure that we have a real idea, especially when we know with the beginning of our budget conversations, we're looking at some potential budget shortfalls ourselves. The county is looking at some potential budget shortfalls. So I want us to be realistic about what we can do, which is why I'm really pushing on us getting the language we need, because this bad business owner needs to be held accountable financially for the impact that's happening on residents. Because at the end of the day, these are tax dollars that are having to be utilized to go in and bail out this business and this slumlord. So it would be helpful, we don't have to have it right now, but it would be helpful to know what those dollars are so that we're having a real conversation.
And we've done that analysis. We wouldn't bring a recommendation forward to you without having done it, so we can provide it to you.
That will be helpful. So when we talk about, again, the relocation and displacement, we still have the one-time federal funding out there, which is great, because that is, again, at the end of the day, what budget line item is whatever financial ask that we have, where is it coming from? We still have some funding that has to be allocated by 2026. How much do we have left? We need to have a clear understanding with what we're looking at for this, for in-rim demolition. Y'all already know. I want to make sure that we are being
Say what you mean what you said.
as accountable as we can with tax dollars. But we also do not want to keep setting up this precedent that you get to be a bad business owner, and then local government is going to come in and bail you out, and you get to walk away with a check, or you get a chance to walk away scot-free, and we're trying to figure out how to identify new housing. Because what I don't want, which unfortunately has happened in the past, is we move individuals from a horrible situation to another horrible situation, versus moving you into a better situation. To me, that ties back to our workforce, which we had already talked about during the summer, connecting you to our workforce development. What I didn't see in any of these slides is that specific bullet point to say in here, okay, along with going to 15 to strengthen the partnership and ecosystem, either in 15 or slide 16 to leverage current efforts and funding, having that workforce development component in. Because as you said, one of the challenges is that people are still in a position where what they can afford is $300, $400, $500 a month. That is not the reality of rent today. So can we help you get connected to better employment opportunities so that you have choices? Somewhere in here, that will be helpful, clearly outlined in one of these bullets. I think it falls in the strengthen, we'll say leverage current efforts and funding. I don't care which one of them it is. That bullet needs to be in there, because I am glad to see that we got the list, post the list of locations and owners of frequent violations, because that's going to help. Because once we move people, we don't want new people moving in because they don't know. Connect the affordable housing prioritization and unit set-asides. Thank you, because that's something we've been talking about for a while. We need these partners out here to help us get these people connected. So thank you for all the work that y'all doing. I think we have the opportunity to be more courageous. If no other time, this is the time in 2025, with everything that's going on around us, for us to step up and be a lot more courageous in our language and in our expectations. If you want to do business, because it is a privilege to do business in the city of Charlotte, it is not an expectation for you to just do whatever. It is a privilege. But we have a responsibility to take care of our residents who are currently here and those who will eventually be coming. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And as a reminder also, which we skipped over, I think, in this presentation kind of quickly, is that when we do activate on in-rem repair, then those activities are put on the property as a lien. And so that is, I mean, the premise of in-rem repair is that action then ensures that that there is a financial component for the owner. Even if they sell at that point, then those proceeds, or, the lien gets paid to the city at the point of sale. So while it's not solving for all of the issues, it does solve for the issue that civil penalties can accrue, and then the owner can walk away. But when we activate in-rem repair, then we're able to put a lien on that property, and then if the owner does walk away at that point, the funding does at least come back to the city, and the residents have lived in a more, in a safer and more habitable unit during that time.
Last piece, Madam Chair, I promise. I need us to have a very clear understanding. If it is one of our partners that's then applying, submitting a NOAA application for that same unit, that kind of defeats the purpose, because we're getting paid to turn around and still pay to help you rehab this development. So I need us to be very clear that there needs to be a clear line of financial accountability for us to recoup our funds. Because if we find one of our partners to then go in and buy this slum building that they let get to this point, then we are then looking at a housing trust fund request to do the rehab. So that is a cycle that is set up long before any of us in this room, but we have the opportunity to break it.
Thank you. Councilmember Ajmer.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, thank you, Rebecca, Jerry, Action NC, and other partners. I know Ted has been sending a lot of emails. I appreciate the collaboration here to bring us these recommendations forward to ensure that our residents have a safe place to live. I appreciate what we are doing is to use in-rem repair to address safe housing standards, where we will at least recoup our investment, even if the owner decides to sell that property. I think that ensures that we are using our taxpayers' dollars wisely, as well as providing safe housing to our residents. I look forward to seeing that being implemented. In terms of, I know Councilmember Mayfield asked questions about, would there be any additional funding source? I agree with her. I think we do need some clarification on the source of this funding, whether it's CDBG or the funds that we had approved for addressing mass displacement in the past to crisis. I was under the impression that Housing Trust Fund dollars, because there is local government commission that have very strict rules around how we leverage our bond dollars. I think it can only go towards preserving housing or building more housing. I don't think we can use any of those housing trust funds towards rental subsidies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So I don't think that question even comes. I think it's just, we just need clarification as to what would be the funding source and, not be the general fund. I think that would be useful as part of it's very timely as part of our budget discussion. And in terms of the future state policy, Councilmember Mayfield brought this up. I think this could go in our future legislative agenda. And as a chair of the Budget, Governance, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Councilmember Mayfield was alluding that we need to put this on our next legislative agenda so that we are planning ahead for 2026 and beyond. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And so thank you to my colleagues on the committee. What you said, I definitely echo it. I love being a part of this committee as I've learned to, the committee and develop and learn what we do, how we do it, and how effective we become as a team. I want to thank everybody for being in the room. I know it's a lot of information, and we definitely appreciate, Archdale, you coming out. We really do care about you, and when your voice comes into the room, we want you to know that we hear you and we understand, and that you're the reason why we serve and do what we do. So with that being said, one of our constituents wanted to know what we're doing about, when we take the money the funds, we allocate, we replace them, we relocate, we try to help them. How do we help them stay there? And I wanted to tell her, though they were not in the room, that we talked about workforce development, lining them up with jobs, careers, employment to make sure that they can stay there and it's affordable for them. So I wanted people that's, listening, that we are working on the full agenda for that. And then also, they were concerned about crisis. When you call crisis, they said that they don't have the funds. And so what I wanted to maybe put out there is crisis depleting of the funds, or is there a process of maybe that number of that person, that household has already funded through, and maybe the funds are not available because of that. But I wanted to get some clarification there so that the people watching saying that they've called crisis and they always tell them they don't have any funds. And so how do you go about, is there funds for the light bill, the water bill? Is it for rent? Is it allocated in different sections where it can't cross over? And so that's all I have. But thank you so much.
So I can speak to it generally, which is that the City of Charlotte is just one of many funders of Crisis Assistance Ministry. And so Crisis estimates over the course of the year how many people or how many households they would be willing to help, able to help with the funds available. And so I don't know all of the details. We can provide some follow-up information, but if households have already been served by Crisis, or if they don't have additional funds at the time that the request is made, there are many situations where they wouldn't be able to help with a rent payment, but the city's funding, at least, does allocate between rental assistance and utility assistance. And so even when a rental assistance isn't available, there may be some utility assistance that is available.
All right, thank you. That's a great explanation of, where the funds go and how they're allocated, just for the folks that are listening in, because if it's for utilities, we would not be able to use it for the rent. And so we can probably get a more solid answer for that, just reaching directly out to them, and I don't mind doing that, or, getting with you to see how that's done. But thank you so much for putting that in perspective for us, Rebecca. I really appreciate all your hard work. You're doing an amazing job, and I don't want that to fall on deaf ears, okay?
Thank you, Councilmember Brown, and we can reach out to Carol Hardison and she can give us some information. Yeah, for sure, because that's a great question.
Yeah.
I got it right here, so I'll definitely send it out.
Perfect. Councilmember Edgemere, you had a follow-up question?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something. So I know one of the recommendations is to provide funding for legal assistance pilot for mold testing. So can you just tell me what does that mean? Like, are we funding attorney? Are we funding organization?
So I'll tell you generally, and then talk specifically about that. So anything in the partnership ecosystem that would require funding, we would follow our city procurement process. And so it would be to put out a solicitation for someone to provide this service. So for example, we did this recently with the eviction loan debt program. So I think we referenced this as one of the things that residents were looking for. We put out an RFP. We have a partner who can then come in and help provide this service. So this would be a much smaller dollar amount, but we would still procure for the service, with that same process. And the idea is that the funding could then go to an organization, and that organization would propose how to use that funding for mold testing. So when a resident seeks legal aid and has been exposed to mold and believes that there's been a health impact, then this funding would be available to actually conduct the mold testing. So the mold testing can cost $1,000 or more. So through a typical engagement with legal assistance, there wouldn't be any funding available for that. So this pilot would create a small funding pool that would enable our partner to essentially identify when is the air testing needed, how would that support the case that they're making with the resident, and then actually conduct the testing themselves. That way the city is not conducting the air testing, and the city is not taking any kind of stand about the standards and the evaluation of that test, since there aren't really any regulations that we can point to, or guidelines we can point to identify what type of mold or how much it is. That's really out of our expertise.
Go ahead.
So just to follow up on that, so the way I hear this, so let's say the tenant called legal aid and said, hey, I need legal assistance because there is mold. So somehow these funds will be used to do that test and help legal aid with the testing. And then, but we will take no position in terms of the enforcement of mold. But I guess there are county standards that, are there regulations? No regulations around the county, or the state?
No, so
then how would that help the case?
it would help the case in a situation where if there were health impacts and
potential legal, I guess, the
So
way punitive damages.
Yeah, so
Got
it wouldn't have any bearing on the code enforcement case.
Got it, but on
would
the
be-
health,
yeah,
the civil
so-
side.
So on the legal aid side, for the resident.
Got
And so, yeah, thank you. Sometimes we talk about this every single day, and when we finally get to committee, I maybe left out a few details. So yes, indeed, the recommendation here is that on the code enforcement side, we would continue to enforce conditions that create mold, and but not take any additional action related to mold in terms of adding it to the ordinance. But we already provide relocation assistance when there is a health situation, and we already cite for conditions that create mold, including leaks and poor ventilation, and we already require remediation of those things as part of the code enforcement ordinance.
So I guess the RFP would determine who would be that partner who will help us get these dollars out to legal aid, whoever is working on that case.
And it would help us design what that looks like.
Got it.
When, we would solicit for a partner to actually not just administer the dollars, but really help us understand when is that needed, and how would that partner determine how to distribute the funds.
Okay, follow up on this. Right now, according to the county, the triggers for mold is if you're a senior, if you're an elder over a certain age, or if you're small children. Those are the only two triggers for there to even be a mold remediation. So, one, I'm trying to understand really the value in funding a legal assistance pilot for mold testing, unless we're going to have very different rules in who gets access, and not going to say, well, we're going to use the county rules of it being an elder, or you have small children, because we can have people that are anywhere from 8 to 54, that this might be the situation. But also, what specific dollar line item is this coming out of for this pilot? To pay for this RFP?
This would be a small amount of funding that would come out of our existing funding for NREM.
So the current MREM funding budget line item is which one?
It's funding, so in-rem funding comes out of PAYGO.
Okay, so currently in-rem comes out of PAYGO, of which we still got to get an idea of how much do we have left in PAYGO, because PAYGO also funds quite a few other things. But I
The
think,
in-rem funding for PAYGO, I do know that one offhand.
Okay.
Has a current balance of about $3 million.
okay,
And that funding, when we bring single-family demolitions forward to you, that's the funding line item that it comes out of. And it does seem like that's a relatively good chunk of money, but it would also need to fund non-residential building code demolitions. And so when we have those, they are substantially more expensive.
Let's be transparent here. I'm gonna say 30% AMI, so you gotta be showing, the kid gotta be showing signs of asthma.
right, so as far as when it comes to mold, so those are, the requirements is you have to be at 30% of the AMI, as well as if you have a small child, they have to
That's
show
showing
signs of asthma.
Or
So,
breathing issues or
right,
concerns.
because I know the standard was elders and small children. So again, with thinking about funding a legal assistance pilot for mold testing, it will make a lot more sense if we're going to actually clarify and expand who has access to that, because I remember the first time they did the inspection, but once, I think within a year of them being in the house, the young wife found out they were going to be having their first child. They did a test. Unfortunately, the home had mold. There was nothing available to help them, because this was a young couple in their early 30s who were getting ready to start a family in this brand-new home, and there was no protections for them. So if we're going to use the county's records of having to be at 30% of the AMI and your child's already showing signs of asthma, that's a problem. So for that particular one, the idea of funding for mold testing, but not really having the ability to go in and help, or to have limitations of who will be able to trigger that, I have a concern with.
Just as a quick pause, I know Councilmember Ashmere has something to say. We have 10 minutes left, and we do have on here action if committee desires. So I just want to make sure that I lift that up, that if there is something that we want to move forward with, it is on the agenda. Councilmember Ashmere, you had something? Did you have something?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, so I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Mayfield's point. I think she does raise a good point as to how this will apply. I think it's a new concept for most of us. So having some sort of detail around that would be helpful. But in the meantime, I don't want us to take the funding away from rental subsidy, because we already have limited funding, till we get this figured out. Who gets what, who gets the priority. Obviously, it's oversubscribed, just like every other program. So I'd be comfortable with moving forward in terms of in-rem repair, as well as just the partnership that we talked about. But let's get just more details on, I think there seems to be consensus on that.
Sure.
Yeah?
Just to follow up on that, a couple of things, just to tie it together. I would be open to what Councilmember Ashmere just mentioned, because I am thinking about what is the action at the end after the testing comes out, and if there's really no code that says this is what it needs to be, what do we do with that? So I just want us to tie that testing to an outcome a little bit more. So I'd be on board to get some more information about that and rework as needed. And then the other question I had is under this require air conditioning equipment, where it says currently the ordinance requires that when cooling facilities are provided, they should be safely operable and maintained, but does not require air conditioning. Silly question. Is the same true for heating?
No, heating is mandatory.
Okay, that's what I was wanting to make
It's
sure, because I know we
mandatory.
got the LEAP program and whatnot.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have to have it.
And then on the need to quantify potential scope and impact and engage single-family stakeholders, I'm curious as to why this is not done before we recommend an action.
So it is done before.
Okay.
What we're saying is, we're not recommending an action right now because we haven't completed that step.
Okay, just right
Yeah.
now, so really.
So the recommendation that we have is that you essentially say to us, do some further evaluation. What I would say is, the first step is for you to say, yes, this seems reasonable or not, right?
Okay.
So if you say, yes, it seems reasonable, then we'll go and do the further evaluation. But because right now, we don't have any way, I mean, well, we try to move these things quickly through committee, but we can't get everything done in 60 days. So this is one of the things what I would say we couldn't get done in 60 days. And we need a little bit more time. First, first to quantify what's the scope and scale. We do not currently know how many units don't have any cooling equipment at all. Secondly is to engage single-family stakeholders, because in this process, we've primarily focused on multifamily stakeholders, and we know that requiring air conditioning will have a significant and maybe even more of an impact in our single-family space. And right now, the code requires that, it applies to everything. So we believe we need to do more engagement with those single-family stakeholders, and then also to be able to provide a recommendation about what does that even mean or look like? Is it that you would require cooling equipment in one room, or cooling equipment that will cool the entire space? And then in our conversations with our partners in sustainability, they were very intrigued by the recommendation because it aligns with the concerns around urban heat impacts and the basis for the Strategic Energy Action Plan. But they were very adamant that as part of any recommendation, if that moved forward, that we would think about weatherization prior to cooling. So, for example, we already do this with the partnership that you have with Duke Energy on their high energy users pilot, where Duke Energy has put in funding for weatherization, and the city pairs rehab funding for the health and safety, minor repairs and things like that. So if we were to advance a recommendation, we would also want to provide you with some recommendations around who might the partners be in that space, where are there some other funding opportunities similar to the funding that we're using currently with Duke Energy. So essentially, we're saying today we'd just like to test with you, is requiring air conditioning something that you would like to consider? If so, we need to do a little bit more work. And it's not quick work, but we can certainly bring it back to you in the months ahead.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I'm willing to entertain it. Definitely some of the things that you mentioned are things that are important to me. What is the minimum SEER requirement? To your point, is it just you throw a mini split in a room and you're good, or does it have to be zoned? What are these things, right?
Right.
And then how does that impact the grid? And are we talking about electrification journey as well? And if so, what does that mean for home energy management systems, et cetera, et cetera?
Right.
So super intrigued. I think we could do a lot with this, not just in requiring air conditioning, but how does it support, like you said, the CAP goals and some of the other things that we're doing with some of our other partners. So
Essentially, we're saying we don't want to slow down any work we're doing to advance interim and injunctive relief. So we're asking for further evaluation.
Okay, all right, well, that makes sense to me then. It just means further evaluation, not necessarily a conclusion that we're not doing ordinance changes. All right, we've got 5 minutes. Councilmember Ashmere, are you prepared to make a motion, or you just have another comment?
I can make a motion.
Okay,
I wanted to. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, as we are seeing we are seeing the impact of climate change. We are seeing very high degree weathers, and that can really have impact on our residents' health, heat strokes. So I think it's important for us to look at that. Because it plays an important part in providing a safe housing for our residents. But I also see the other side where we need to look at it more carefully. What does that mean to our existing NOAA stock, which is naturally occurring affordable housing, right? Does this mean that are we going to see increase in rent because now all of a sudden housing provider is being asked to install air conditioning, right? I think we need to look at the overall impact on our residents before we say, let's go ahead, while considering the health impact. And as someone who has championed CAP, I'm certainly in favor of it because we need to advance our goals. But I also want to make sure while trying to advance our CAP goals, we are not reducing our affordable housing stock. I think it goes hand in hand. We got to be very thoughtful about this. So I think having just some sort of data would help. How many units would be impacted by this? Would there be an increase in rent? And to Ms. Chairwoman Watlington's point, would mini-split do it? Because obviously that's more cost-effective than putting the whole, I guess, HVAC unit, right, HVAC system. So I think we need to just look at this more carefully, study it, and assess an impact overall. But that's all I have. And I'm ready to make the motion.
So for clarification, Madam Chair, we have multiple recommendations in here. So is the motion going to be individually? Because I do not support, we have conflicting language.
Yeah, I'm not doing this.
Okay, because we have conflicting language
Yeah, I'm
between
not
these
doing
recommended actions.
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah,
So-
they conflict.
I have, just from everyone's, everyone's comments, I'm going to make a motion that I think everyone will get behind, which is to procure in-rem services and other partnership contracts to proceed with in-rem repair, and bring in-rem repair orders forward for council action. That would be my motion.
Okay.
So that,
I have a clarifying question. You have specific recommendations in here. Leverage current efforts.
Is there a
So
second on the motion for discussion?
I can't second it without clarification on these final next steps.
All right, well, I'll second it for the sake of the conversation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you have in here next steps, the procurement for in-rem services, other partnership contracts. I am not supporting the recommended action of leveraging current efforts and funding to enhance for the mode testing for legal assistance. We have on here recommended action, no ordinance change, provide funding for legal assistance pilot for mode testing. Recommended action, direct staff to advance new processes for MREM and repair injunctive relief. That I support. But we say two different ways, leverage the current efforts and funding to enhance partnership ecosystem, which the very first bullet is to fund a legal assistance pilot for mode testing.
Can you go to slide 18, please? I have a proposal that would potentially clarify this. If the concern is specifically around the pilot for mold testing, one of the options could be to leverage current funding and efforts to enhance the partnership ecosystem with the exception of the pilot for mold testing, and you could direct us to either bring back more information to you about that or to not advance it at all.
So, Madam Chair, I would like to do an amendment to the motion to what Rebecca just said.
but my motion didn't include any
It
of
did
that.
include it.
No, my motion only included procurement for in-rem services. That's on the last, slide number 19. And it doesn't include anything in terms of this. It's just in-rem repair. I don't want to hold that process, down because we need to proceed forward with that one.
Did you read the whole sentence? And other partnership contracts?
Yeah, but I didn't include that in my motion. I only included in-rem repair services for council action.
Yeah. So, and one other point of clarification, so the recommendation is specifically around new processes for in-rem repair and injunctive relief. And so it's at your discretion, but the slide that we shared includes both of those items.
So I will make a motion where it's very clear that we procure for in-rem services and we ask staff to bring in-rem repair orders forward for council action. It does not include advancing pilot for mold testing, and would you be okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
It's already seconded, so.
Yeah.
So for my own clarification, then it is not including any of the actions under the partnership ecosystem or injunctive relief.
Just a second, hold on. So, new processes for in-rem repair, which we advanced. Can you clarify what exactly injunctive relief means?
Yes, so injunctive relief is would be directing the city attorney's office to file for injunctive relief in court. Anna, do you want to share a little bit about that process? We had talked about it previously, but didn't focus on it as much today.
I mean, you already have that ability within the ordinance, so I think the recommendation is simply to engage our office on a more selected basis for pursuing injunctive relief as an alternative remedy to in-rem repair. And that's just seeking a court order that would direct the property owner to make the repairs with potential ramifications for that property owner if they don't comply.
Oh, got it.
And I want to make sure that the committee understands that you already have the in-rem and the injunctive ability within the ordinance. So this is just a recommendation, approval of a recommendation from staff that we utilize yes.
Right, because we haven't utilized it in the past,
Yes.
so this is just, I get it. Okay.
All right, so.
Do you want me to make motion again?
No, it's okay. We've got it on here. I'll go ahead. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please. You got something?
No, I got the clarification going down, so we're good.
All in favor, raise your hand. All right, it is unanimous. Are there any other motions that need to be made, or is it related to this item? I know we just took this one, but.
No, I think they got the message.
All right. Well, thank you, ladies. As always, I
Move to
appreciate
adjourn.
you. Second.
Second.
Oh, my God.
Unanimous.